Chapter 9:14. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a Star Path Goo Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xianxia was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong, they have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors, they were as large as small boats. They were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Goo Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishur and the rest would not pursue Xianxia's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xianxia's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishur with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xianxia currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishur on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishur took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishur. It was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishur retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yishur's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yishur snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano she was not vigilant at all. How could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yishur had cleared it in advance. She did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yishur did not refute Fang Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yishur would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's 2 Goo Immortals had relaxed expressions. They even pitted Xianxia inwardly. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishur did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Xianxia only took a glance, and because of the fog he did not see anything, but he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a super force. They had a lot of assets. If Xianxia had offended others, it would have been fine, but the problem was that he offended Song Yishur. Song Yishur was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, If not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have had to pay 600 Immortal Yuan stones to settle this matter. Xianxia, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again. Song Yishu said these words before flying away resolutely. The other two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude. They cupped their fists politely. Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Baiman, we will be taking our leave. Take care. Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point, this storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to visit Xianxia again. But Fang Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards. He could use them to earn Immortal Yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose, it would not restrict his freedom too much. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fang Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fang Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fang Yuan had the mission token and an information path Mortal Gu for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions. He did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's Blessed Land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fang Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 Immortal Yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains. Or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point he only needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fang Yuan months. But now Fang Yuan only used a few days. Fang Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming and scheming. Thus, Fang Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom Gu, how could Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds? After completing these quests, Fang Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking, it did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the Immortal Yuan stone that he owed Tai Bai Yunxing and Shark Demon, Fang Yuan did not care about it. Tai Bai Yunxing's debt, Fang Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's debt. Fang Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Getsgu were in short supply, it was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally. Even though Star Form Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Star Form Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fang Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 Immortal Yuan stone. But even so, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Star Form Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a large number of Immortal Gu that needed to be fed. If the Immortal Gu really starved to death, Fang Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan Gu, teaching Fangjing, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing Gu worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree, all these matters were complicated, Fang Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fang Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day the matter of him toppling 88 Jinyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fang Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into two halves to use. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after old ancestor Shui Hu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley, he knew about Kenyang Laojun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song Clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of Ascending Heaven Plain. A few days later, Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, he was transacting with Shao Clan's Gu Immortals. These are the goods, check them. Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao Clan's Gu Immortal was Xiao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Xiao Huqi, they were known as Shao Clan's civil and military duo. After Xiao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. Catch. He threw an Immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the Immortal Yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path Mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 9:15. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Shao Clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Shao Clan's transaction token. With this token you will be Shao Clan's trading partner, you can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path Mortal Gu. Of course you can reject this token. Xiao Shirang said. Fang Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Shao Clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn Immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every super force would issue their own transaction token. However, the Shao Clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the super forces in Western Desert, Shao Clan and Tian Clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Shao Clan's transaction token. Especially with Shao Clan's other trading partners he could get along well. Of course there were pros and cons to this. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Shao Clan. Fang Yuan and Tian Clan, as well as the Gu Immortals with Tian Clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. His monthly income of immortal metastones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, he accepted the token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Xiao Shirang's opinion, Fang Yuan was very mysterious, after Shao Clan appeared. Even after many investigations they could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. But Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Shao Clan. Xiao Shirang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fang Yuan successfully made several transactions of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fang Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fang Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu Immortal blessed land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Song Yishe was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground. As it turned out, the contest for Ascending Heaven Plain was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu Immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Song Yishe met the demonic path female Gu Immortal, 7 Sea Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Song Yishe's worth was only worth 600 Immortal Yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Song Yishe. After Song Yishur suffered a loss, in a fit of anger she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island, naturally no one survived. To other people this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fang Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way. What about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yishur and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me Song Yishur killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fang Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fang Yuan even more happened. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered, countless grotto heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me. Because of me I took advantage of Star Lord Wuxia and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. So, when 7-Star Child fought against Combat Immortal Sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal Sect was too powerful, causing 7-Star Child to see that the situation was bad and detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, causing them to perish together? Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-Star Child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wuxia died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7-Star Child was awakened by Fang Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7-Star Child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect did not forcefully suppress 7-Star Child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal Sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 200 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me, 88-point Jianghu Tower has fallen, Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now Eastern Sea has also changed, Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? They were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu Masters' minds. Regarding this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Fang Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions' chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves. It would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Fang Yuan. But now, the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the Celestial Court behind them. The following development was indeed within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Fang Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu Immortals. This made Fang Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, what a pity for 7-Star Child, what a pity for that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, the guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless, although the possibility of it being a trap is small, I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at a valley in central continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources, it was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding 1,000 li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. He Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing He Fengyang bring Fang Yuan in, the other Gu immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fang Yuan? A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Bai Qing. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, his expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions in this contest for the Grotto Heaven fragment. I hope you can go easy on me, I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Bai Qing. But now this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fang Yuan. She wanted Fang Yuan to give her face. Fang Yuan had his own plans, he agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Bai Qing, you can rest assured. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. He Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered, you have the highest cultivation level, you are the last. He Fengyang said solemnly. Fang Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley there was a peculiar scene, it was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea blue ripple. The scenery did not match, it was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage, it was a shattered Grotto Heaven world, the entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to enter, He Fengyang was worried, he reminded, don't forget the place I gave you, you must occupy it. Don't worry. Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 9:16. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling, the surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge, there were several small islands in the center of the lake, they were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range, it was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the surface of the water, it was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now this mortal thing was insignificant to Fang Yuan. Before entering this fragment Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fang Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside, it was indeed that nameless valley in Central Continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley, they seemed to be looking at Fang Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, he turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had entered this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very special, it had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other, it was not like ordinary Grotto Heavens. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had a lot of space path down marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, there were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8-star hall, the walking meat tree and so on. They left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of Combat Immortal sect, there are also losses from the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Right now in this Grotto Heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Fang Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information He Fengyang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a goo immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal goo. For most mortal goo, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique, their food was rare and strange, the dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world, it was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast. It was naturally close to wisdom path. It was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path goo immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Fang Yuan had inherited Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the goo immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat immortal sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same. It was rooted in the ground and could not move as long as one did not get close to it. The threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to soul path goo immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for soul path goo worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for combat immortal sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected 7-star child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond combat immortal sect's control. This fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to collect the resources inside. He Fengyang represented Crane Gate. Before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had given Fang Yuan several missions. Among them there were 3 regarding the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get a third of their value. He Fengyang told Fang Yuan clearly. Although Fang Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. He Fengyang was the person involved. He knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Fang Yuan, he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Fang Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal goo and not having immortal goo, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragonfish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal goo. If they had immortal goo, they would have already been attacked by goo immortals because of their greed. If it was not 7-star child immortal zombie, it would be combat immortal sex people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal goo. Because once wild immortal goo were produced, they would be taken away by the goo immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal goo were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the goo immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, was awakened by Fang Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal goo in the grotto heaven. How could he not know? Even if Seven-Star Child was occupied and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by Combat Immortal Sect, there were no wild immortal goo. Unless it was an extremely special immortal goo that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining. Among the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture-concealing turtle, he was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These to Fang Yuan were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away a third of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Fang Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of goo masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level. Only one young goo master had the lowest cultivation level. But he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wuxiang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy Bai Lian. He had once sparred with Fang Jing but lost. Fang Jing gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wuxiang saved his face. He felt some gratitude towards Fang Jing. He felt that he owed Fang Jing a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage. But because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect. They were the hope of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Seven-Star Child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Goo immortals could not enter the fragment worlds. They could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. They could only last for a short period of time. And Goo immortals with Dao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Fang Yuan became a blood path Goo immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal Goo masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now why could Fang Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among Goo immortals, he did not have many strength path Dao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal Goo of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Using Eat Strength Immortal Goo in reverse, expending strength path Dao marks to change the Goo immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Fang Yuan's strength path Dao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Dao marks was limited. Thus, Fang Yuan could enter while other Goo immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few Goo immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Fang Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider Goo immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. Chapter 9:17. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped. Their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Goo masters frowned deeply. They looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom boom boom. Every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion, the island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island. They looked at the huge waves with pale expressions. They were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature, it rarely went crazy. But earlier ancient soul sects Gu masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy. It entered a berserk state, it lost all rationality in nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all, they had limited primeval essence. In this situation it was like a heavenly moat, they could not get past it. Ancient soul sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish, they must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects, we cannot lose to ancient soul sect. Elder Zhuning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method. The other Gu masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Zhuning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly, if I could use an immortal method I would have done it long ago, why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Zhuning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal Gu could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal Gu? What does an immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhuning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment they forgot about the problem in front of them, they all wanted to see the glory of the immortal Gu. Zhuning smiled bitterly again, I won't hide it from everyone, I only took a glance at this immortal Gu before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal Gu is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, if I can have my own immortal Gu one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old Gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream. But only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old Gu masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal Gu? Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal? However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed, countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader, Zhuning, sighed, there is no good solution now, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down we can set off. But this way the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A Gu master said worriedly. What else can we do? Zhuning shook his head, but he did not forget to raise morale, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it, we can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal Gu are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited, let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up, they regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhuning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are 2 parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong, the other is Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. What? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Feng Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each, their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable, why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth, he retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhuning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 Gu masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family, her parents are both Gu immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be on someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhuning continued, however, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Feng Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhuning frowned, I am not sure about the specifics. But this was specially told to me by the sect, Feng Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong, we should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Fang Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhuning shook his head. I only know that Crane Gate only sent Fang Yuan this time. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Fang Yuan, and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They're looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan. It seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Fang Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The Gu masters discussed. One word, one word. One word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 Gu masters of Heaven's Envy manner felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Fang Yuan's rapid flight. Fang Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the Gu masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 Gu masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Fang Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal Gu pulling water fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Fang Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to capture it. The arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain. Like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Fang Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters were stunned. They watched in horror as Fang Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals. There were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal Gu, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Fang Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these Gu masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat. Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Fang Yuan? With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone, they could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking, there was no intense movement, they were just watching, but Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Chapter 9:18. close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent and could not differentiate between friend and foe, many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfang tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Now his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Jinyang Tower's collapse is exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned. There is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Star Form Blessed Land first. At least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way Fang Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by Combat Immortal Sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Fang Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. This time, the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time, the resources inside will be split up, the 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Fengyang had told Fang Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, it allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Even though Crane Gate's Dream Path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House, as long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. They could even use this dream realm in their hands. Negotiate with Spirit Affinity House and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Fengyang left, he specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Fang Yuan's heart? Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Gu like Feng Kim Hong. But he had the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. And the Dream Path killer move that was formed, Unravel Dream. Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief. Bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all, they sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way, the most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Fang Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip, her features were picturesque, her skin was white as snow, she smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent, they had the same origin, Celestial Court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path, it was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. Even if I have the immortal goo and immortal essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Fang Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He said coldly, "You want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually immortal ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time?" Feng Kim Hong quickly said, "Deals are always mutually beneficial, Fang Yuan. You have obtained a lot of benefits from my spirit affinity house. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal." Chapter 919. After Fang Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they both had a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rockmen saw Fang Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Fang Yuan grunted. He had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Fang Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. They had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength rose greatly. They moved in groups of 10. Thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Fang Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. He cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Fang Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8-star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply. He was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beastmen surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, 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 howl. Some of these beastmen had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era? Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and establish the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no. Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, Beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fang Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food." Howl, howl, howl. The other beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panicked screams. The beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children and chewing them. Delicious. The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth, ha. Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear and some fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling, and her face was as pale as paper, she pursed her lips tightly and did not make a sound. Don't tell me she is. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly, "According to our tribe's tradition, those who untie the wind not grass. Those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind not grass. Gagaga, they will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food." As soon as he said that, the beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind not grass? Looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind not grass was shaped like a lantern, it was round and round in the shape of a grass cage, it was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind not grass in the 5 regions, this was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity, they had tribal beliefs, they believed that whoever untied the wind not grass would receive heavenly deity's favor, they could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind not grass I can avoid death? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children, he was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture, he was unarmed, he wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beastmen and untie a wind not grass by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream. Dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured. Even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance the soul would dissipate, even if it was still alive the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide, they used every second to untie the wind not grass in their hands. The surrounding beastmen either laughed coldly or bared their teeth, or licked their lips or sharpened their claws, they surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beastmen. In this bonfire the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Fang Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches and leaves under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed this spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind not grass. Only Fang Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind not grass, he quietly looked at it and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beastmen, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm like Fang Yuan, he turned into one of the children. Fang Yuan looked very calm, he gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Huang could not help but misunderstand. What's going on with this kid? Is she star constellation Immortal Venerable? Right at this time, a tiger-headed beastman suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind not grass stalk, he has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beastman growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beastmen became restless. The fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind not grass and wailing loudly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to get this wind not grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind not grass toy. The surrounding beastmen were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind not grass. They gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me, you stink. Feng Kim Huang was furious, shouting at the crocodile-tail beastman behind him. The crocodile-tail beastman growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Huang. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Huang was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam. Chapter 920. Once Feng Kim Huang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dream Wings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Huang snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind knot grass in her hand was already messed up by her. The knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Huang was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Huang screamed in fear, she wanted to dodge. But the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Huang had underestimated the difficulty of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Huang's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Huang left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. The moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Goo Masters were pale with fright. They hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm. If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Huang's gaze was filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless. Although I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully I prepared a lot of Guts Goo for this trip, I brought them with me. With Guts Goo my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Huang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the wind knot grass in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Huang earlier. This allowed Feng Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big, this is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Goo cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind knot grass in my hand. Feng Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind knot grass in his hand. Starting from the surface, Feng Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Feng Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind-not grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient and, more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind-not grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Fang Yuan looked around. Soon he noticed the girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind-not grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind-not grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Fang Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Fang Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. And more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the Immortal level Dream Path Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Fang Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the dream realm's rules required Fang Yuan to dismantle the wind-not grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fang Yuan dismantle the wind-not grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beastmen who were observing Fang Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the 3rd layer of the wind-not grass with his bare hands. Thus they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fang Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fang Yuan breaking the 3rd layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan did not stop at all. The wind-not grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind-not grass there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fang Yuan was, he was kicked. Even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Fang Yuan dismantled the wind-not grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Fang Yuan took a glance at the little girl. The latter had already focused on the wind-not grass in her hand. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside. There was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fang Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason? He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong, who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fang Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fang Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind not grass. But this time he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable, wanting to help her unravel the wind not grass. The beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life." Seems I guessed correctly. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind not grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene like the first time. He was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fang Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time. Fang Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were two possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the third time, Fang Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Third time. Fang Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind not grass, Fang Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind not grass in his hand was split. Fang Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be they beastmen or children, they stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. Chapter 921. Let me help you. Fang Yuan untied the wind not grass in his hand and walked to the nearest child. Hee little bastard, you want to save the others? You can. But you. The beastman leader sneered. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave, just eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said casually. The beastman leader choked. He could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan as if he was a hero. They looked at him with hope and admiration. Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore. The beastman leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while he could not laugh anymore. Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. He continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind not grass by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong. Others would grab the tiles one by one, but Fang Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Fang Yuan's fingers flying. No matter what kind of wind not grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core, and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. They are all saved. I succeeded. Fang Yuan said calmly to the beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream. They erupted in cheers. Some were crying tears of joy, some were jumping around. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Fang Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the beastmen would go back on their word. But here it was a special dream. It was not reality. As expected, just as Fang Yuan expected, no matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Fang Yuan led a rather large group of children, leaving the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Fang Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Fang Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Fang Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many examples such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Fang Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Fang Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Guts Gu is too helpful in healing soul injuries, it works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Fang Yuan. Her gaze focused. She asked the other Gu Masters and found out that no Gu Masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu to show off and gained refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused. Suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Fang Yuan gained something, but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm's size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the Immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage. And Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dream Wings Immortal Gu had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. Eventually, she shook her head. Ignoring her suspicions and the feeling of uneasiness, she entered the dream realm again. Not long after Feng Kim Hong entered the dream realm, Fang Yuan used the information he Fengyang left for him and arrived at the location of the hidden essence turtle. This wisdom path desolate beast. It was as huge as a mountain. Right now, the hidden essence turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all inside its shell, Most of its body was hidden in the mountain rocks. Fang Yuan chuckled. He moved like an eagle, pouncing down rapidly. Bam bam bam. The violent explosions were continuous, like bursts of muffled thunder. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle started fighting. At once, rocks flew and dust rose. The hidden essence turtle tried to retaliate at first, but it had no immortal goo and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a few rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked for a while. Seeing that he could not do anything to the hidden essence turtle, he laughed helplessly. He did not use his full strength, he did not even use immortal goo. He had used myriad self-giant hand in many places, he did not want to expose it. Who knew if other sects had prepared investigative immortal goo? Bring it with him? Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hit its head, Fang Yuan was not anxious at the moment. He split his attention. On one hand he fought intensely while on the other, he savored the dream realm's gains. As he savored it, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. It was like a window was opened in front of him, he could see the vast scenery outside. This feeling was amazing. Fang Yuan was intoxicated by it. Originally, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I had only tried to cultivate wisdom path not long ago. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is truly amazing. With such progress, if he cultivated normally, he would need decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, once he successfully explored it, even if it was only a partial success, the gains would be huge. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. Why is there thunder? Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtles battle attracted groups of goo master groups to investigate. Fang Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No wonder the elders in the sect instructed us to avoid this monster Fang Yuan. This is simply cheating. It is too unfair to us. How can we fight such a monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle, keeping it in his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were attracted, but after investigating for a while, they all left in panic. 36th attempt failed. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes tiredly. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had been very careful. Unfortunately, she did not have unraveled dream, she had never come into contact with the wind not grass before. 36 times she did not succeed even once. Successfully saving herself was the lowest requirement for exploring dream realms. If she failed to disassemble the wind not grass, she would not be able to save herself, that would be a failure. Thus, every time Feng Kim Hong explored dream realms, the damage to her soul was far greater than Fang Yuan's. She needed to spend a lot of time to recuperate and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is actually so difficult. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, but it is still like this. Not to mention others. Feng Kim Hong looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Fang Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass. The rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan had a new guess. Chapter 922. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once again appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. Nighttime. A huge bonfire. Surrounding the bonfire, beastmen were dancing wildly, letting out wild beastly roars. This was a carnival. A bloody celebration after the hunt. Fang Yuan looked around calmly. He once again transformed into a human child who was tied up with his hands behind his back. Many boys and girls were in the same situation as him. Oh no, we are dead. Sob sob sob. I don't want to be eaten. The children cried, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want the wind not grass. The Beastman celebration was at its climax. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted. At once, the beastly roars stopped, all the beastmen stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The enormous pressure caused the human children to go silent like cicadas in the winter and shiver, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he shouted again. The Beastman leader snorted angrily, ordering with surging killing intent, Give it to him. Little brat, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you accidentally damage the stalk of the grass, I will use my nose to crush your delicate body into meat paste. An elephant trunk beast man walked over, handing the wind not grass to Fang Yuan, threatening him in an evil tone. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at the wind not grass in his hand. He raised his head. One? How can that be enough? Give me as many wind not grass as there are human captives here. I want to remove all the wind not grass and save them all. Immediately, gasps could be heard, be it the beastmen or the children around Fang Yuan. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After a short moment of shock, the beastmen started to laugh. The faces of the children, who had just been filled with hope and excitement, were now filled with worry and despair. Soon, all the wind not grass was piled up at Fang Yuan's feet. The height of the entire pile was several times that of Fang Yuan's current height. It was an impossible task to use one's own strength to remove all the wind not grass in an extremely limited amount of time. Other than Fang Yuan, no one believed that he would succeed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to dismantle the wind not grass. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. This unique immortal killer move used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery as the core, with many Dream Path Mortal Goo as supplementary. When Fang Yuan used it now, the effect was extremely good. But even though Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, the other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended as the killer move was activated. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off before. Basically, he would squeeze out some time every day to explore his dreams. He painstakingly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. These Dream Path Mortal Goo were accumulated, they could be used now. As the saying goes, opportunities are left to those who are prepared. I finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. This time he was not thrown out of the dream realm, he finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. So, to pass the first stage of the dream realm, he had to save all the children. Even though Fang Yuan had tried earlier, he was too late. In the original dream realm's trajectory, a portion of the children were killed by the elephant trunk beastman. The elephant trunk beastman obeyed the beastman leader's orders and brought the children here. But he purposely made a mistake. He smashed the tree trunk on the ground. The tree trunk crushed many of the bound children to death, their flesh and blood were snatched by the beastmen. They were all devoured. Even though this was not in accordance with the beastman tradition, it was still an exception. The elephant trunk beastman was a famous warrior in the beastman tribe, the beastman leader and the rest tolerated his actions. When Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nether soul grass, he understood this and saved all the human children. He finally succeeded and entered the second stage of the dream realm. After passing the first stage, my wisdom path attainment level is likely to reach master level. Earlier, I used Unravel Dream frequently and expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. I need to save them carefully. It is a pity that I went to that spring dream fruit tree based on the information I obtained from Mo Yao's will. But half a year ago this tree was cut down by an ignorant mortal. Otherwise with this tree I would have at least 10 times more Dream Path Mortal Goo now. The first stage should be derived from star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood memories. It might have been a regret in her entire life. By saving all the children, I have made up for this regret, thus I successfully passed the first stage. Then what will happen in the second stage? Fang Yuan suppressed his thoughts as he looked at the dream realm around him. This was a mountain. In the silent night sky, sparse starlight shone. It was like summer, warm winds blew gently, bringing with them the fragrance of the lush forest. The sound of the mountain stream, the rustling of the wind, and the singing of the nightingales mixed together, forming a heavenly melody that could not be described with words. Compared to the bloody, cruel and dangerous first stage, the second stage was gentle like water, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Let's go, what are you waiting for? As long as we make it past 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, we will obtain Lord Immortal Venerable's personal inheritance. If we become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we will learn skills and become experts. At that time we will take revenge for our loved ones and kill all of those damn beastmen. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and urged him to hurry up. The surrounding children saw that Fang Yuan had stopped and started to urge him. There are records of this in history as well. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history, known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He knew the drawbacks of the tribe system. In order to create a sect system, he set an example. He had set up star boards in many places. As long as I make 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, I will become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed his companions. They climbed to the peak together. There he saw the famous starboard chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a huge, flat boulder. On the rock surface, there were lines that cut horizontally, cut vertically, or inserted diagonally. Every time a breeze blew past, these lines would flash with traces of azure starlight. When Fang Yuan got closer, these starlight lines would pass through his eyes. It floated up in his mind. At the same time, his soul expenditure increased by dozens of times. Many of his companions stopped moving, some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He finally got close to the rock. He slowly stretched out his palm and placed it on the rock surface. There was a loud bang. His ears buzzed. He was hallucinating. Those traces of starlight lines. They suddenly expanded into many streets. And Fang Yuan's body was shining with starlight. He had already turned into a star chess piece. He stopped in the middle of these interweaving starlight paths. Starboard chessboard. Fang Yuan observed for a while, his forehead filled with cold sweat. He considered for a long time. He took a step hesitantly. At the next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm, returning to his body. His soul was heavily injured. He made a wrong step. He lost the entire game. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was about to fall. This time his soul was injured. It was even more serious than Feng Kim Huang's injury. He almost lost half his life. The second dream realm. It is 100 times more dangerous than the first. Fang Yuan's face flashed with shock, but he soon calmed down. However, I have already passed the first stage. My gains are huge. My wisdom path attainment has indeed reached master level. I still have plenty of time, no rush. I will use Guts Gu to recuperate before exploring. Just as Fang Yuan was recuperating on the other side of the manifested dream realm, Feng Kim Hong had just finished recuperating. He opened his eyes and wanted to try again. Why did the dream realm shrink again? And it has shrunk by a lot. It is almost a third now. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open. Fang Yuan passed the first stage. His gains were huge. The first stage of the manifested dream realm was gone forever. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nutrients, nourishing Fang Yuan. Don't tell me someone got here first and succeeded? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts changed. He laughed lightly. How can that be? Mother used the sex power to deduce. She confirmed that I am the only dream path immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems that this dream realm is very special. It will fade with time. I need to hurry. Feng Kim Hong squinted, activating Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Dream wings flapped, bringing her soul deep into the dream realm. Once she entered, Feng Kim Hong was overjoyed. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. Great, I don't have to face those damned wind not grass anymore. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was jumping around happily in the dream realm. But a moment later, Feng Kim Hong returned in defeat. Her broken soul returned to her body. Her face was pale as paper. The wind not grass is gone, but there is an even more complicated astrolabe chessboard. She looked at the dream realm in front of her hatefully. The manifested dream realm had a solid form. It was shining with 7 beautiful colors. It was luxurious and mysterious. Anger and grievance filled her heart, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Kim Hong had gained many benefits in the dream realm. With Dream Wings Immortal Gu in her hands, she had a feeling of, dream realms are nothing more than this, and underestimated the enemy. In all of history she had never suffered such a huge setback. Facing this dream realm, she had already spent several days. She had suffered dozens of injuries, but she had no gains at all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth. Her eyes rolled as she fainted on the spot, unable to endure her injuries. Time passed quickly. It was already the agreed time limit. All the Gu masters who entered the fragment worlds came out, returning to their respective sects Gu immortals to report. Soon the immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and He Fengyang. In this competition, Crane Gate took the lead. Not only did they get the meat, they did not even leave any soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan did not want to stay for long. After completing the transaction with He Fengyang, he left this valley with the dragonfish. Chapter 923. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Blood-colored light lingered in the underground cave. The faint blood-colored light came from the blood-colored Ganoderma forest growing in the cave. These blood-colored Ji trees were growing freely. They were all mutated from normal Ji trees. Originally, Ji trees were not suitable to grow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Tang earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained more blood path Dao marks. The entire Blessed Land's environment changed. it was very suitable for some blood path life forms to grow. Thus, the weak Ji trees instead mutated into blood Ji trees. They flourished in the underground cave, becoming extremely luxuriant. And previously, who Immortal blessed lands boundless water chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and others were all gone. Comparing the two situations, it was like the merciless world, the vicissitudes of life. Fang Yuan was sitting under a huge blood Ji tree. At this moment he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. Earlier, when he was outside, he had used Xianxia's identity and vaguely familiar face to disguise himself. Right now he was in Hu Immortal blessed land, his own headquarters. He did not need to expend immortal essence to maintain his transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was currently in his immortal zombie form. He had 8 arms, a green face, red eyes, he was 6 meters tall and had protruding fangs. Cold light flickered in the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with the deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, it was the crystallization of time, it was very moving. It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce appearance. Thinking back to the meditation earlier, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air again. He sighed softly. This time's harvest is too huge. It is truly too huge. He could not help but sigh at this point, because in this dream realm exploration Fang Yuan had actually reached Grandmaster attainment level in both Star Path and Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only allowed Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level to soar, it even raised his Star Path attainment level. This had greatly shocked Fang Yuan back then. Grandmaster attainment level. What did that mean? Fang Yuan's past life and this life, 500 years of ups and downs. He was only a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, the Blood Path Grandmaster was Fang Yuan's main path in his previous life. He had accumulated 500 years of experience in his previous life. As for Strength Path Grandmasters, they cultivated both in their previous life and in their current life. Therefore, with the foundation that he had accumulated in his previous life in this life, he mainly benefited from the Immortal Ascension Tribulation and the opportunity to seek guidance from the heaven and earth. Secondly, there was He Lolan's dream. And so on and so forth. This was the result of accumulation. Fang Yuan had spent all his effort in both his previous and current lives, and it took him 500 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. This time he only explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once. In less than half a month's time he obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster realms. There seemed to be nothing in the Master realm. But Fang Yuan knew in his heart that the rewards were unimaginable. Could even be said. It was much more valuable than Hu Immortal blessed land. What we've gained this time will be for a period of time in the future. It will give me a huge boost and I can directly break out of the predicament. Generally speaking, the law of development was accumulation, gradual development, continuous accumulation, gradual improvement, and finally, when the conditions were right, success would follow. However, a fortuitous encounter or a windfall would bring about explosive growth. They could directly jump over the current deadlock and save a lot of time. They could forcefully break through the current situation and achieve extraordinary results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had blazed his way through thistles and thorns, advancing bravely and diligently. He had many harvests that were of great help to him, allowing him to break through his current predicament. Liquor worm, spring autumn cicada, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity, all-out effort goo, Hu Immortal blessed land of Three Kings Mountain second aperture goo, becoming a strength path goo immortal, communicating with nature, wisdom goo. Apart from that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous improvements and gains, but none of them could be considered as breaking the stalemate. However, after this trip to the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained another achievement, which was the Dual Master Realm. Among them, Wisdom Goo might be a rank 9 Immortal Goo, but it was only in agreement with Fang Yuan. It did not belong to Fang Yuan and could not be used to a high degree. On the other hand, attainment level was something that belonged to the Goo Immortal. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the Dual Master Realm was even more valuable than Wisdom Goo. Looking at the trajectory of my rebirth, this time's breakthrough could be said to be the greatest harvest. But the whole process was instead very easy, unprecedentedly easy. This made Fang Yuan sigh at the mysteriousness of life. Of course, there were also guesses. Was this harvest related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation had been much smoother. The feeling of his attainment level rising, especially when both of them rose to Grandmaster Realm, this feeling could be said to be indescribably wonderful and incomparable. Just like the previous Fang Yuan, when he looked out the window he could only see a fake mountain, and the potholes on the fake mountain as well as the grass and moss. Right now, Fang Yuan had ascended several steps and was looking from a high vantage point. He was looking down from a bird's eye view, observing the fake mountain that once occupied most of his vision. He found that the fake mountain now was as small as a pebble on his feet. He could see further and his perception became deeper. Attainment level, this word was hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even in the mature Gu master cultivation world, there were many different opinions on this, and it was hard to unify them. Fang Yuan's soul originated from earth. This difference allowed him to have a different understanding of the word attainment level. The so-called attainment level is like solving math problems. Solving one math problem after another, and after answering correctly, accumulating experience, slowly obtaining the essence and comprehension, the attainment level will increase. With this attainment level, if I encounter similar math problems again, I can quickly solve them and get the correct answer. If I encounter a different math problem, I can comprehend it by analogy and solve it. Thus, some of the cultivation problems that Fang Yuan faced because of his attainment level were solved to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's usage of wisdom Gu was only superficial. His usage method was simple and crude. Now that he had wisdom path grandmaster attainment, he had many inspirations and ideas. He could try to add some supplementary Gu worms to make greater use of wisdom Gu. Another example was modifying Gu recipes. A long time ago, Fang Yuan had tried to modify memory thought Gu, star thought Gu, and malicious thought Gu's recipes, but because of his low wisdom path attainment level, his attempts failed and he encountered bottlenecks, unable to break through. After that, he successfully modified star thought Gu's recipe, but it was only by using starlight immortal Gu from top to bottom. It could not be considered his true ability. Now Fang Yuan could clearly feel that he could modify these Gu recipes. And he could modify them very well. From this point, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could recreate an incomplete inheritance. For example, the incomplete wisdom path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained earlier contained memory thought Gu, recall immortal Gu's recipe, and several mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan could use his grandmaster attainment level to deduce, recreate, and even restore this inheritance to a certain extent. Gu recipes could be modified. Killer moves could also be modified. Myriad self, vaguely familiar face, they were all within the range of his abilities. There were also battlefield killer moves that Fang Yuan had been searching for, but now Fang Yuan had the foundation to create his own battlefield killer moves. Another example was the construction of star form blessed land. Previously, Fang Yuan's plan required a lot of resources. Now that his wisdom path and star path attainment levels had both risen, he only needed to slightly optimize the construction plan. This would save him 300,000 immortal yuan stones worth of construction costs. And the effect of this optimization plan was even more ideal and outstanding than the previous plan. Expanding on that, the raising of hairy men, the 8 economic pillars, the use of Gu immortal souls, Gu Pai blessed lands ownership, all of these had new prospects. Attainment level increase was quite special. In other words, the increase in attainment level would bring about a comprehensive increase in all aspects. A Gu master's cultivation would be renewed, they would have broad prospects, and their overall strength would rise sharply. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the 5 regions' time. 2 wills were entangled and fighting intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will had a huge advantage, it was almost like he was toying with Mo Yao's will. How can this be? How did your strength rise by so much? Mo Yao's will shouted in shock and anger. Before this, when Fang Yuan used the same amount of will to compete with Mo Yao's will in terms of pure will, they were evenly matched, he was even slightly weaker. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment had reached grandmaster level, he only used a third of his will and Mo Yao's will was screaming in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, suppressing Mo Yao's will to the point where she could not turn the situation around. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a target, I learned the technique of competing with her wills in battle. Right now, my vision was far above this will. Many techniques came into being naturally because of this. Mo Yao's will has already lost the qualifications to be my sparring partner. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan retracted his will. He finally placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and came to Eastern Sea, working together with Shark Demon and the rest to explore Yulu Blessed Land. The former heavenly moat, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was already traceable in the eyes of the Wisdom Path Grandmaster Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought that he needed Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Star Thought to have a chance of solving 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, during the process of solving the battlefield killer move, he still had the time to be distracted and secretly spar with Mo Yao's will. And most importantly, after more than 10 days of dismantling in the Blessed Land, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the rest were finally about to solve 8 Doors Labyrinth. 8 Doors Labyrinth is about to be cleared. To think that this Xianxia had suddenly become so powerful. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final round of Yulu Blessed Land? The Immortals were secretly excited. Boom. With a deafening sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was completely solved by Fang Yuan. The true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land was shown to the Immortals. Chapter 924. After breaking through the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone's vision widened as they saw the true scene of Yulu Blessed Land. Only to see that the sky was filled with flowing lights that resembled silks of silk or streams. Some were flowing slowly while others were rippling. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. Every type of flowing light had a bright color. All sorts of dazzling lights shone on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest did not speak. The mystical scene in front of them made them show expressions of excitement and amazement. This Yulu Blessed Land was very different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had sky and earth, grass and trees, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects and fish. But here there was nothing. Yulu Blessed Land was very special. It was just a vast space without the concept of heaven and earth. There were no living beings, and there was no accumulation of resources for Gu Immortals to cultivate. Maybe, it is because of this special Yulu Blessed Land that it can create battlefield killer moves of different paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves and blessed lands and grotto heavens conflicted. Very few Gu Immortals would create battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to form Dao marks to create a temporary battlefield environment. And the foundation of a grotto heavens or blessed land was Dao marks. Different Dao marks conflicted with each other. When Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Qin Bai Sheng and the rest, Land Spirit of Langya did not use a battlefield killer move to resist. That was because creating battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. It was an act of internal strife that was asking for trouble. However, Yulu Blessed Land went against the common sense of cultivation. In Fang Yuan's case, in the process of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he had experienced freezing rain, frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth, these 3 battlefield killer moves. These 3 were clearly immortal killer moves of different paths. Gu Immortals would not normally be able to use any of them. They were used in immortal apertures. But in Yulu Blessed Land, not only were these 3 used, they did not conflict with the Blessed Land, they even seemed to complement each other. Fair Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. It is not strange for her immortal aperture Blessed Land to have such a phenomenon. Su Baiman stared ahead after a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although we've lost a lot of resources. But if he could understand Fair Yulu's technique, it will allow us to set up battlefield killer moves in our immortal apertures. It is a huge gain. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. Right at this time, a Gu Immortal suddenly pointed at a direction and shouted, "Look, Immortal Gu!" Everyone followed the direction of the Gu Immortal's finger. Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over. There was indeed a Gu worm with a unique shape. The insect's body was long and slender like a branch. Countless thin golden wings were fluttering on its body. The entire Gu worm was like a slender golden willow branch. This Gu worm quickly burrowed into the colorful flowing lights and disappeared. But at this moment, the aura of the immortal Gu was unmistakable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn and their breathing quickened, but they weren't too surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu left in Yulu Blessed Land. If there were no immortal Gu, how would they set up those battlefield killer moves earlier? Even though Yulu Blessed Land did not have any resources, there were so many battlefield killer moves, there were bound to be many immortal Gu. Shark Demon suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though most of the gains here had to be given to Zombie Alliance. But he was in charge of the strategy, he would get the largest share. He could get 1 or 2 immortal Gu from them. Besides that, after successfully taking down Yulu Blessed Land, he would get a huge amount of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If he could find an immortal Gu that suited him, Shark Demon would definitely keep it for himself. This was the benefit of being in a favorable position. If he could find some mystical immortal goo that could help Shark Demon and Subaiman get rid of their immortal zombie status and become living people again, that would be the best. Getting rid of immortal zombies and regaining life? Not only did Fang Yuan have this hope, Shark Demon and Subaiman were also working hard for it. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, the people around him congratulated him. Subaiman had a subtle smile on his face. After Shark Demon and Subaiman took the mission to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they had invested a huge amount. They had almost used up all their assets. Even though it could not be seen on the surface, Shark Demon and Subaiman felt immense pressure in their hearts. Now, they were finally seeing returns from their huge investment. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, they would be able to recoup all their investment. Shark Demon and Subaiman were overjoyed. The burden in their hearts had been lifted. After Yulu Blessed Land has been conquered, everyone here will be rewarded. Not a single one of you will be missing, and according to your contributions, there will be no bias. Shark Demon said solemnly after he finished laughing. Everyone nodded. They did not want to arouse suspicion. They asked Shark Demon and Subaiman to take action. With such huge benefits in front of them, it was hard to guarantee that no Goo Immortal would do something rash. Shark Demon's words were both a consolation and a warning. His words were implicit, but everyone could hear them clearly. Alright everyone, just wait and see. Shark Demon did not hesitate. He immediately took action. With a thought, his body abruptly turned into a stream of water. The torrent pierced through the air, flying towards the golden willow branch-like immortal goo that had just appeared. Everyone watched as Shark Demon approached the immortal goo, but suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a stunned expression. What happened? Subaiman asked in bewilderment. Shark Demon shook his head, saying in an uncertain tone, "There seems to be another battlefield killer move?" Next, everyone tried one after another, but there was no breakthrough. It verified Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is far more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did you guys notice, every time we are transported back, we are always at our original location. Every inch of our original location. Nothing has changed. This scene, I'm afraid it's the legendary biding your time. The Goo Immortals discussed and came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It stopped everyone from advancing. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was personally created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. An Immortal Venerable's creation was no small matter. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a gentle and honest nature. He was different from the other 9 rank 9 Goo Immortals. He had a benevolent nature. He did not like to kill since young. He often subdued people with virtue, subduing them without fighting. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation, as long as they had battle intent or evil thoughts, they would be unable to move forward, unable to move an inch. Back then, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Goo Immortal, he used this move to subdue the famous rank 7 Sound Path Goo Immortal Gao Ming. That battle. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood still. He only used battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Gao Ming used all his methods and exerted all his strength, but he could not get close to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The result of this battle made the arrogant Gao Ming completely lose his temper. After that, he followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and became his guard. Since it is related to thoughts, we might as well seal our minds and enter a state of no thoughts for now. Fang Yuan said. It was not difficult to enter a state of no thoughts. Goo Immortals all had some wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as 7-star child. He was a wisdom path Goo Immortal. But everyone's subsequent attempts still ended in failure. Some Goo Immortals' wisdom path methods were not outstanding. In the process of moving forward, their desires and emotions would be evoked, breaking the state of no thoughts. Only a few Goo Immortals, including Fang Yuan. They could enter a state of no thoughts for now. But here came the crucial problem. Since he had nothing to think about, why would he want to capture Goo worms? Every movement of the body was caused by every thought and thought in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stop moving on the spot. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move to activate. The Goo Immortal would stop moving on the spot. No wonder back then, Goo Immortal Gao Ming was dejected and willingly became a guard for the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. To break through such a barrier, it is very, very, very difficult. But Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us. No doubt this is the final line of defense. Unfortunately, we can only stop here. We can see it but not obtain it. Maybe this is the intention of Fairy You Lose arrangement. She purposely let us see hope, to draw out our thoughts and desires, to increase the difficulty of the battlefield killer move. If there is no other way, we can only retreat and ask for reinforcements. Su Baiman suggested with a frown. Shark Demon looked ahead and did not speak. Previously he had invited a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but he lost an Immortal Gu, thus he did not have a good impression of this suggestion. At the crucial moment, his own people were the most reliable. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had now joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he could be considered one of them. Shark Demon asked, 7-star child, do you have any ideas? If you do, use them. Don't worry, you will definitely be rewarded. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, to break this battlefield killer move, it is both difficult and easy. Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. He said slowly, everyone, don't be scared by the name of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, unmoving troops in front of us has no one controlling it. The difficulty of breaking it is like heaven and earth. That makes sense. Indeed. A battlefield killer move with a Gu Immortal controlling it can change the formation continuously and compensate for the damage. But a battlefield killer move without a Gu Immortal controlling it is like a dead object. Everyone felt hope and joy from Fang Yuan's words. But Fang Yuan's following words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on them. It is relatively easy to break a battlefield killer move without a person controlling it. But for me, it is extremely difficult to break this one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions collapsed. They looked at Fang Yuan with unfriendly gazes. One of the Gu Immortals said in annoyance, 7-star child, you are talking nonsense, just say that you can't do anything. But you are sparing us so much, are you trying to make fun of us? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at Shark Demon. Shark Demon had no expression on his face, but it could be guessed that his mood was not good. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, he bowed to Shark Demon and said solemnly, how can I make fun of you? I cannot make bricks without straw. If I can refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I have complete confidence in breaking the battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Chapter 925. Shark Sea Undersea Palace. Delicacies were placed all over the table, the fragrance of wine permeated the air and the lights were bright. At the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were sitting at the main seats. They warmly welcomed the two Gu Immortals in the hall. These two Gu Immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Ever since they ran into a wall in Yulu Blessed Land, they knew there was no point in staying for long. Shark Demon and the rest wisely retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had intended to leave, but they were invited by Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Speaking of which, this was the second time Fang Yuan was invited to Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. After drinking a cup of wine, Shark Demon put down the cup and looked at Fang Yuan. He suddenly asked, Xianxia, are you really so confident in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought, here it comes. Earlier, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had been chatting with him, but he did not speak first. Shark Demon was impatient. He finally spoke first and got to the main topic. Immediately, Fang Yuan replied with a serious expression, Lord Shark Demon, you also know some details about me. I have inherited a complete wisdom path inheritance. Recently, I have comprehended many profundities and unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move. But all along, I did not have a suitable wisdom path immortal Gu. My methods are limited and my strength is insufficient. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu that I like, I can definitely unravel the unmanned unmoving troops. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing also added, I have known brother Xianxia for so many years, I know he is not a person who makes empty promises and exaggerates. Since he says he is confident, then he definitely has confidence. I can vouch for that. Su Baiman was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yunxing's guarantee. She looked at the person involved, Fang Yuan, and asked, if you have a wisdom path immortal Gu, can you guarantee that you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Taking a step back in order to advance, he purposely smiled bitterly. How can I guarantee that? This was related to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He was one of the 10 supreme great experts in the long river of history. It would be normal if there was an accident. But for now, just the part that I have shown, if I had the help of a wisdom path immortal Gu, I would not be able to do so. The chances of breaking it are quite high. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other. In his heart, he was angry at Fang Yuan's slipperiness, but he was also tempted. There was no other way. they had suffered before. He had once paid a huge price to invite other Wisdom Path Gu immortals to help him. The result was not ideal, he even lost an immortal Gu. As for Xianxia, after all they had worked together for so many times and they knew quite a bit about each other. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He could be considered as one of them. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's first choice was Fang Yuan. But it was difficult to help Fang Yuan refine the Immortal Gu. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was very high, and the chances of success were too low, it depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they could succeed on the first try. Then everyone would be happy. However, such a situation was extremely rare. If one's luck was bad, there was a possibility of failure. At that time, even if a mountain of Immortal Yuan stones was piled up, they would only be squandered, there would be no gains. This was also the reason why most Gu immortals would rather capture wild Immortal Gu than refine Immortal Gu themselves. Immortal Gu refinement was difficult. In the current cultivation world, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a single Immortal Gu, they could only use Mortal Gu to keep up appearances. Fang Yuan was an exception. He had many Immortal Gu. If it was exposed, no one might believe it. But he had rebirth, coincidences, a narrow escape from death, and under all kinds of harsh conditions, he had obtained so many Immortal Gu. Shark Demon and the rest did not know Fang Yuan's background, but they were well aware of Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on Shark Demon and Su Baiman, using them to refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu for him. From Shark Demon and the rest's point of view, Fang Yuan could not afford this cost, he did not have the foundation to refine Immortal Gu, thus he turned his attention to them. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely scoff in disdain. What a joke. How stupid would he be to help others refine Immortal Gu? But in this situation, Shark Demon insisted on asking Fang Yuan to help him unravel the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon was muttering this question in his mind, did Xianxia deceive him? Was he using this to threaten him? Even without the Immortal Gu, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, he did not speak, he only drank his wine. Right now, the timing was perfect, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Earlier, the timing was not right, but now that Yulu blessed land was right in front of him, it was like a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of him, it stirred up Shark Demon's desire. It was a great help to Fang Yuan. As long as they broke through Motionless Army, Shark Demon and the rest would obtain hundreds of times more benefits than what they invested in. Of course, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of taking everything for himself. But he was not strong enough, he could not even beat Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a senior rank 7 immortal zombie. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, he was not outstanding among rank 7 Gu immortals. However, this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. Shark Demon could not pass this hurdle, not to mention Su Baiman and the other Gu immortals. As for the zombie alliance behind Shark Demon, there was no need to even mention it. To a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat. Fang Yuan was calm and rational, he knew his own limits. After assessing the situation, he decided to participate and get a share of the loot, trying to extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank his third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already finished their discussion. They quickly came to a consensus. They decided to sponsor Fang Yuan and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan pretended to threaten them, they would accept it. They did not even want Fang Yuan to swear an oath or use Gu worms to probe his true strength. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were not fools. Other than attacking Yulu blessed land, they were at the most crucial juncture. They could not afford any mistakes and needed Fang Yuan's help. The two of them had another layer of meaning. That was to befriend Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path potential was completely worth their investment. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare, the friendship of Wisdom Path Gu immortals was extremely precious. But just as Shark Demon was about to agree, suddenly, a change occurred. The vast sea water shook intensely, there was a thunderous explosion, the endless chaotic sea currents surged towards the underwater palace. Next there was a blinding light. Fire shot down from the sea surface, it had an earth-shattering might. It directly landed on Shark Demon's underwater palace. Rumble. There was a loud sound. The magnificent underwater palace shone with the radiance of a defensive Gu formation. The radiance lasted for less than a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire. In an instant, rocks and bricks flew everywhere, the palace turned into ruins, the fire was still burning and could not be extinguished even by the seawater. The pleasant banquet earlier was completely ruined, boundless seawater surged over. All the decorations in the banquet were washed away, and Fang Yuan and the others were quickly drowned. But the four of them were Gu immortals. They had no problem surviving in the depths of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie. He did not need to breathe in the sea. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sea in the sky. He shouted furiously, "How dare you? Who dares to attack my Shark Demon sea area?" Su Baiman also stood beside Shark Demon, also looking up. His expression was dark. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. Shark Demon had extraordinary strength, and with Su Baiman by his side, he could advance and retreat at will. This group was already very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, they had Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as their backing. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 region zombie alliances. It had great strength. It was a huge force, surpassing even superclans. It could be called the overlord of Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Who was it that directly attacked Shark Demon of Zombie Alliance? Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. "This is just a small appetizer. I will not only tear down your palace, I will also beat the two of you until you can't even stand up." The tone was extremely arrogant and domineering, and from the voice, it was a female immortal? It's her? Su Baiman was the first to hear the voice. His eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked and solemn expression. A bright red figure descended from the sky, descending into the sea and pressing towards the 4 people at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that this female immortal was descending at an extremely fast speed. Her whole body was burning with raging flames. The flames flickered in the water. As for the female immortal's true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan squinted, adding in his mind, more accurately speaking, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately after, Shark Demon shouted and exposed the female immortal's identity. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone mad? You dare to attack your own people in Zombie Alliance? You are challenging the authority of Zombie Alliance. You will definitely be punished severely." Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He had heard of this name before. In fact, it was already very well known. Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8 Gu immortal from Northern Plains, she was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. When Fang Yuan infiltrated Northern Plains, he had heard other Zombie Alliance members talking about or discussing her. They all praised and admired Blazing Heaven Demoness' fierce battle strength, as well as her domineering style. To think that he would meet this person in such a manner. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was shrouded in flames, raised her head and laughed loudly. "Shark Demon, don't make things up. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. But what is your intention in stealing this old mother's immortal materials?" Su Baiman was just about to reprimand Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was the first to accuse him. He could not help but be shocked. Shark Demon shouted, "Bullshit. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, find a more reliable reason. These days, I have been working hard for Zombie Alliance and attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Where would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are purely looking for trouble." Blazing Heaven Demoness was not flustered. She was instead full of confidence as she laughed loudly. "Ha, I naturally brought a witness and material evidence this time. Shark Demon, you cannot deny it." Chapter 926. On the sea and under the sea, the two sides confronted each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Greater than over equal to 4 all. A moment ago, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest were still chatting happily. But at the next moment, they were attacked. Shark Demon's underwater palace was turned into ruins. As the saying goes, a person sits at home but disaster comes from the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. The latter transmitted, "Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, we cannot match her." Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunxing's meaning. He wanted to wait and see. At the level of Gu immortals, the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon, and Su Baiman worked together and cooperated with sincerity, disregarding sacrifices, they might not be able to last more than a few rounds against Blazing Heaven Demoness. This was an absolutely strong enemy. Basically, rank 8 Gu immortals could only be resisted by rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this. Thus, even if his base was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. According to Shark Demon's temper, if his lair was raided, he would have long since risen in revolt. But the one in front of him was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Thus, no matter how bad Shark Demon's temper was, he had to hold it in. He knew that he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal's match. The best way to resolve this situation was to use Zombie Alliance's rules to negotiate. Blazing Heaven Demoness had already violated Zombie Alliance's rules. How could she let her own people cause trouble for her own people? Such wanton attacks, she was simply treating Zombie Alliance like nothing. But Blazing Heaven Demoness showed a confident smile. Shark Demon, isn't it easy to get evidence? Budan, come out. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted again. Gu Immortal Budan came out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He stood out. He lowered his head with a bitter expression. He bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Baiman, I have no choice. Seeing Budan, Shark Demon's face darkened. His wife, Su Baiman, harumphed coldly too. She had some guesses about the sky-scorching Demoness plan. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scolding. Shark Demon, Su Baiman, you two instructed Budan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice. I was cultivating in seclusion, and due to my carelessness, I actually let you get away with it. Today I'm here to seek justice. As it turned out, Budan had been living a miserable life. Although he was a living person, he had fallen to the point of joining Zombie Alliance. Prior to this, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had forcefully taken over his private waters. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea, using the identity of Xianxia. He joined Shark Demon's group to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Budan was a half-baked wisdom path Gu Immortal. He did not have much ability. He was plotted against by Fang Yuan. To protect his position, he bribed Su Baiman and offered the rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice, in exchange for Su Baiman's good words. But Budan was too weak in the end. Shark Demon gradually distanced himself from him. Budan had no way out. He tried to use Zombie Alliance to pressure Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she could return his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert, the #1 leader of Zombie Alliance's Northern Plains branch. She was a proper higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Budan's complaints and requests for help, they mainly tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for a mere Budan? Because of this, Budan's situation became even more miserable, until Fang Yuan unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth Battlefield Killer move, causing a huge breakthrough in the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon's attack on Yulu Blessed Land had always been a huge matter. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, the huge benefits attracted Blazing Heaven Demoness' greed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level and battle strength, she could not forcefully take the fruits of victory in Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was Zombie Alliance's headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent a message to Budan, pretending that she wanted to return his private sea area and give him some compensation. Budan had no fixed abode and was wandering from place to place. When he received this news, he was naturally overjoyed. But when he hurried back, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Budan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, so of course he did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Su Baiman either. He cried out in his heart that he had been tricked, and it was too late for regrets. But now that he had fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice. Eventually he was placed under house arrest by Blazing Heaven Demoness. She brought him along to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Budan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Budan was only a minor character, he was not the key. This kind of framing could not be investigated. Shark Demon suppressed the surging anger in his heart and said to Blazing Heaven Demoness with a cold smile, Blazing Heaven Demoness, if you want to pluck the fruits, just say it. Why is there a need to implicate innocent people? Su Baiman also raised her voice. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert after all, isn't it a little too unsightly for you to behave like this? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was not tenable. But it did not matter. She only needed a layer of skin and excuse. This excuse was only used to fool Zombie Alliance. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to submit. To force Shark Demon and his wife to submit, what was needed was not an excuse but strength. Therefore, she had come here personally this time, burning with fighting spirit, and had taken the initiative to find trouble. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter gradually stopped. Her eyes shined with bright light as she looked at the bottom of the sea, saying, "3 moves." What? Su Baiman was surprised. "I will deal with you in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves from me, I will pretend that I was never here," Blazing Heaven Demoness said solemnly. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed, "All right. Then let the 4 of us have a taste of your skills." Blazing Heaven Demoness' agreement of 3 moves gave Shark Demon some hope. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the situation was against him. He had to agree even if he did not want to. The weak did not have the right to choose. Tai Bai Yunxing frowned slightly. He did not want to make a move, but Shark Demon was crafty. With one sentence, he included him and Fang Yuan on his side, standing against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was indifferent. His expression did not change. Su Baiman transmitted to them, "Sirs, if we can survive this today, we will owe you a favor. As for the reward, we will definitely give it to you. We will ensure that you will be satisfied. We hope that you can support us fully." "Don't worry, we will do our best," Fang Yuan replied secretly. Actually, he had already made up his mind. He only needed to put on an act. This was a dangerous and disadvantageous thing. Only an idiot would do it. Su Baiman nodded towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, gratitude flashing past his eyes. "I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Tai Bai Yunxing specializes in healing. Even if we make a difficult performance later, we will have sufficient reasons." Fang Yuan walked forward, standing together with Shark Demon and Su Baiman, looking up at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly, following beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly, showing an indifferent expression. She stretched out her palm, opening her fingers. Whoosh! A soft sound could be heard. An orange-yellow flame suddenly rose from her palm. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, kneading the orange-yellow flame. This orange-yellow flame was extraordinary. It was extremely flexible. Blazing Heaven Demoness kneaded it. It felt like she was kneading a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame was kneading. It gradually formed into the shape of a little bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her palm. The little flame leaped out from the center of her palm. Next, it flapped its wings and chirped, circling around Blazing Heaven Demoness, chirping happily. Blazing Heaven Demoness played with the little fire bird. She did not attack, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Su Baiman, Fang Yuan, or Tai Bai Yunxing, their expressions were extremely ugly. This little fire bird looked cute and lively, but in the eyes of these 4 Gu Immortals, it contained terrifying power. Once it was unleashed, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Not to mention the underwater palace, even the entire shark sea, the countless living creatures, and the vast expanse of seawater would be completely wiped out by the attack. A rank 8 Gu Immortal was not someone rank 6 or 7 could resist. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this first move, Shark Demon and the others had no confidence in taking it. "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder what this move of yours is called?" After a moment of silence, Shark Demon spoke. He was in low spirits, his voice was slightly hoarse. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. "Hundreds of years ago, I was not careful in my cultivation. Anger attacked my heart and I almost lost my life. When I was resting, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 killer move. I named it Angry Bird." Angry Bird? This joking name caused Shark Demon to be stunned, and at the same time, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness did this on purpose. She wanted to display her strength and force Shark Demon and the others to lower their heads. This method was very crude, but Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering aura and was straightforward, and most importantly, her cultivation level and battle strength made it very effective. This was just the first move, but Fang Yuan and the others had already lost their will to fight. But Shark Demon was still persevering. He said to the 3 beside him, "You 3 retreat for now, I will deal with this first move." Before Fang Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, "What a good Angry Bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please." Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned. She squinted and said in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat." Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness' killer move was extremely powerful. Even if the 4 of them worked together, there was no hope. But now Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight. He was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? Alright, I want to see where your courage comes from. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer. With a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged. It was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. Chapter 927. The aura was vast and surging. Everyone's gazes were attracted. The tide surged along with the aura. Countless currents were generated, like countless giant serpents, moving swiftly on the bottom of the sea in groups. Whirlpools of undercurrents formed at the same time, increasing in number and increasing in number. Very soon, there were hundreds and thousands of dangerous undercurrent whirlpools, covering the nearby sea. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing exclaimed in shock. Immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he spat out the truth. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences that could match rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's gazes shone as they stared at the center of the aura. There, the immemorial desolate beast's figure was gradually appearing. The enemy's situation was unclear. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but slow down her attacks. She willed and recalled the small fire bird back to her side. The tides rose and fell, the waves surged. The sea was filled with dangerous winds and fierce waves, while the undercurrents moved rapidly under the sea. After a few breaths of time, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast finally revealed its true appearance. This powerful primordial desolate beast was unexpectedly small in size. It was so small that it was only the size of an ordinary person's finger. This was a shark. It was very small and cute. It was about the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver radiance. This radiance was not dazzling. Instead, it was warm like water, like silk, gently wrapping around the little shark's body. Such a powerful aura, but its main body is like this. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed with a strange expression. But facing Blazing Heaven Demoness, the little shark showed a solemn expression. The little shark did not care about Fang Yuan, Shark Demon and the others behind it. The moment it appeared, it stared at Blazing Heaven Demoness with intense hostility. Shark Demon let out a breath of turbid air and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. My plan succeeded by luck. Don't underestimate this little shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark? Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised. His complexion changed and his eyes revealed obvious astonishment. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not understand one-finger flow shark. But as a time path Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunxing, he had long heard of his great name. In fact, all time path Gu Immortals basically knew a mantra: one-finger flow shark, instant of beauty. Providence is merciless. One-finger flow shark occupied the top position of the mnemonic chant. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was famous. It was a rank 8 desolate beast. He had an abundance of time path Dao marks, thus he could swim in the river of time with his body. This one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and doesn't reveal its true body. Because of an accident, the two of us were lucky enough to discover its traces. Later we asked for this sea area from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and finally created Shark Sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly laughed lightly. So that's how it is. No wonder the two of you exchanged for the enslavement path Grandmaster 180 Slaves Immortal Killer move from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was for the sake of using this enslavement path method to subdue this one-finger flow shark. Enslavement path had always been about the upper enslaving the lower. For example, when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he used Wolf King Chang Shan-yin's identity to participate in the imperial court contest. During this period he used Myriad Beast King, 1,000 Beast King and others to indirectly control the wolf army. After all, his sole foundation was limited. Enslavement path Gu masters could not bring all wild beasts under their direct control. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the enslavement path Gu masters control, and the greater the burden on the soul, making it harder for them to perform exquisite control. But this was not absolute. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence was undoubtedly the leader of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there had once been such an enslavement path grandmaster. His early years were full of ups and downs. He was born as a slave and had a low status. He used every opportunity and every risk to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was 180 slaves. A genius of a generation. Ordinary enslavement path would have the upper enslaving the lower. But he did the exact opposite, subduing the upper. This was not without reason. For example, the emperor was the ruler of the world, he had power over life and death, he was high above. But sometimes the people were united, the emperor would also be bound by the will of the people, and would have no choice but to do things that went against his will. Facing blazing heaven demoness guess, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed correctly, that is indeed the case. I have been managing the shark group in this sea area because I wanted to use the shark group to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment level is insufficient, and I do not have the immortal goo to form the killer move lower subduing the upper, so I have not succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon's goal was huge, and his ambition was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but he wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Sure enough, none of those who could become goo immortals were simple. If he really succeeded, then with such a subordinate, Shark Demon would be equivalent to half a rank 8 goo immortal. His status would rise with the tide and fame and benefits would come rolling in. At the current stage, although he had not succeeded, he had some results. At least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it did not even look at Shark Demon's side, and instead directed its hatred and anger towards blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also has several time path immortal goo in its body." He said this to make blazing heaven demoness retreat in the face of difficulties. This could not be considered exposing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was brimming with the aura of immortal goo without concealment. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could clearly sense it, not to mention the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven demoness. It is said that there are countless time path goo worms living in the river of time. The one-finger flow shark can freely travel in the river of time. It is not strange that it has an immortal goo now. Tai Bai Yunxing softly muttered in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. To obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he had to go deep into the river of time. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? One-finger flow shark was extremely rare. It was likely that even in the river of time, it was also not common. In short, this was a huge fortuitous encounter that could only be encountered and not sought. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Bai Man spared no expense and spent countless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven demoness laugh loudly. Now that you mention it, my desire to make a move has become even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on external force to make me retreat? Win without a fight? Hee wishful thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, blazing heaven demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, aiming at Shark Demon's position. It pounced down. It's here. Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the other two felt a chill in their hearts, their bodies tensed up and they were on full alert. The small fire bird seemed harmless, but its power was vast and extraordinary. However, in the blink of an eye, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, turning into a silver firefly as it pounced forward. Both were extremely fast in the blink of an eye. They had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and no explosion. At the moment of impact, a strange thing happened. The two sides that were flying at extreme speed suddenly came to a stop. From extreme speed to extreme stillness, in that instant the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have become a painting on a pattern. Such a change made the spectators feel that it was very sudden. Soon after, Fang Yuan and the others saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, the tip of its small nose lightly touching the body of the small fire bird. Then the one-finger flow shark made a very elegant leap, its whole body stepping over the small fire bird, and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, the effect of stillness disappeared. The speed of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird had already returned to their previous speed. But the former had already passed over the small fire bird, and was heading straight for blazing heaven demoness. The small fire bird carried the one-finger flow shark on its back, and pounced towards Shark Demon and the others. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already been on guard for a long time. Seeing the small fire bird approaching, they held their breath and gritted their teeth, wanting to resist. Fang Yuan was almost about to retreat, but right at this time the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc, changing its direction, turning around and chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon avoided this confrontation but turned pale with shock. This small firebird is simply like moving one's arm, moving according to one's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, it definitely has wisdom path methods mixed in. Fang Yuan analyzed at lightning speed in his mind. That scene just now should be the activation of a certain time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark. The immortal goo causes the flow of time within a certain range to become extremely slow. It seems like the two have turned from extremely fast to almost static, but in fact their speed has never changed. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly said. Su Baiman immediately nodded in agreement. Not only that. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark used the tip of its nose to touch the body of the small firebird, and at that moment the immortal goo's aura changed. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, but the effect is unknown. Just as he finished speaking, the effect appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed, because the small firebird that was chasing after the one-finger flow shark suddenly exploded. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. Flames were accompanied by surging air waves, fiercely erupting in all directions. In an instant, a vast area of seawater was evaporated, and countless living beings lost their lives on the spot. The whole sea surface was blasted into a hemispherical crater. When the small firebird exploded, it was already about to fly out of the sea. But the bottom of the crater actually touched the sand and mud at the bottom of the deep sea. Soon after, the surrounding seawater filled in, and the crater was no longer empty. Swoosh! Waves surged and huge waves rose up on the sea surface. The bottom of the sea rumbled, and the vision became extremely poor, becoming unrecognizable. Fang Yuan and the others were also in a sorry state, and had no choice but to fly out of the sea, hovering in the sky far away, continuing to watch the battle. The one-finger flow shark was like a silver arrow, shooting straight towards the Blazing Heaven Demoness face. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression froze. How could she dare to take it head-on? Humans were the spirit of all living beings. This saying was not false, but in terms of strength, recovery, speed and so on, humans were not outstanding among all living beings. Even if they became Gu immortals, they often could not compare to desolate beasts. Chapter 928. The one-finger flow shark flew over. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a strength path Gu immortal, but a fire path Gu immortal. She knew she could not resist it. She had abundant battle experience. The sacrifice of the firebird was very valuable. Fang Yuan and the others could see a lot of information. Blazing Heaven Demoness was no exception. Fire path killer move, five-finger flame chain. In an instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the wisest choice. Her figure flew back and at the same time her right palm opened, her 5 fingers turning into 5 thin and long flames, like whips or chains, twisting towards the one-finger flow shark. The 5 flame chains were just about to wrap around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene happened again. Around the body of the one-finger flow shark, time suddenly became extremely slow. As a time path desolate beast, the one-finger flow shark relied on its abnormal adaptability as well as its own deep time path Dao marks, but it was not restricted much. The 5 flame chains intertwined. But the one-finger flow shark moved its nimble body and swam through the small gaps. Using an inconceivable posture, it successfully got rid of all of them. Next, it caught up to Blazing Heaven Demoness and directly pierced through her forehead. The small shark body pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' head like a silver arrow. Success. Su Baiman was pleasantly surprised. Shark Demon's eyes shone with ominous light. He could not help but become restless. Although the immortal zombie body did not have the fatal weakness of ordinary Gu immortals, it still had its drawbacks. The mind was one of them. Immortal zombies' thinking speed was very slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path Gu worms to generate thoughts in their minds, to assist in thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although it was not fatal, it was still a heavy injury. If the 4 of us take the chance to attack. Shark Demon had such a thought as the one-finger flow shark turned around and shot back. It once again pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. Ain fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes on Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest were restored to normal. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was speechless. Such a powerful killer move, it can actually recover so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness clutched her chest and stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. She had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment he smiled and said, "Haha, interesting. So there are 3 time path immortal Gu, 1 immortal Gu can slow down time, 1 immortal Gu can accelerate time, and 1 immortal Gu can change my perception of time." Even though she did not know what the time path Immortal Goo was or what its limit was, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a rough guess. Before. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the fire bird and escaped from the five-finger flame chain, it used its first time path Immortal Goo to delay time. As for accelerating time, he used the tip of his nose to poke the little fiery bird. The small flaming bird could not be maintained for a long time. After a part of it was hit by the one-finger flow shark, the time became faster, reaching the point of disintegration. Following that, the explosion of this point triggered the explosion of the other parts of the flaming bird. In the end, the stable structure of the flaming bird was destroyed, causing the flaming bird to self-destruct, which almost dried up the sea within a radius of 10 miles. Finally, the finger flow shark pierced Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest. It used the time path Immortal Goo to affect Blazing Heaven Demoness' sense of time, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. Only then did he fall for it. Shark Demon could not help but frown, feeling something was amiss. There were indeed only 3 Immortal Goo auras on the one-finger flow shark. After a few rounds, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. All of this showed that this rank 8 Goo Immortal had extremely high attainment in battle. At the same time, it also showed that Immortal Goo were inferior to Immortal Killer moves. Goo worms only had one effect: if an Immortal Goo was used alone, it would often be seen through. But using an Immortal Killer move was different. The combination of countless Goo worms not only concealed the core Immortal Goo, but also made it hard for the opponent to deal with it. Just as Shark Demon expected, in the following battle, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her tactics. She split into 5 to 6 clones, each vivid and lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was exhausted. It seemed to be attacking fiercely, but it was actually being played around by these clones. A wild beast is a wild beast after all. It lacks intelligence. If it had an investigative Immortal Goo, it might have been able to see through it, but unfortunately, this battle seems to have been decided. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already taken the initiative. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted secretly, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that the battle had already lost its suspense at this point. For the one-finger flow shark, the only real chance was in the first few rounds. If Blazing Heaven Demoness had not figured out the details, the one-finger flow shark might have been able to kill her with a flurry of punches. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed the details, she changed her tactics and immediately reversed the battle situation. Unless there was an external force disrupting the situation, there were no more variables in this battle. Right now there are only 2 external forces, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. But do they really have the courage to harden their hearts and deal with a rank 8 great expert? Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie couple, and saw their hesitant gazes. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. The real opportunity was the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' mind was pierced. But Shark Demon had already lost his chance. Although he was known as a demon, he lacked the adventurous spirit to disregard his own safety. Maybe he had joined Zombie Alliance for too long. He had lost the courage to fight alone. Or maybe he had a family to worry about. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were both like this. As external reinforcements, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to stand out. While communicating, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had already decided to act according to the situation and find a chance to retreat. The 2 of you please lend us a hand. We are unable to distinguish Blazing Heaven Demoness clone. If you have the means, please help the one-finger flow shark see through the falsehood and point out the location of Blazing Heaven Demoness' true body. This way there will be a turning point in today's situation. At this time, Su Bai Man suddenly transmitted his voice with sincerity. At the same time, Shark Demon added, "If you can make a contribution, we will reward you handsomely. We will not go back on our word." Fang Yuan did not even think about it. He smiled bitterly and refused. "Lord Su Bai Man thinks too highly of us. Both of you have rank 7 cultivation. You are Goo Immortals with rich methods and deep foundations. We can only look up to you. You 2 have no way. What methods do we have?" Tai Bai Yunxing also shook his head. "I am only skilled in healing. I am unable to help with this kind of investigation matter." Su Bai Man did not speak. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing gloomily with an unhappy expression. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. In all fairness, Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. It was not that there was no hope of finding her. But Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they helped the one-finger flow shark, they would definitely provoke Blazing Heaven Demoness' anger and counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were wary of Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move personally. They wanted to leave some leeway, thus they wanted to use Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing as cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Therefore his reply had a deeper meaning. Both sides were sensible people. Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw that Fang Yuan had seen through them. They did not try to persuade him anymore. Now it seems that the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, unconcealable fear in his expression. Rumor has it that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past she fought with the rank 8 great expert Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains, seizing the sovereignty of a certain immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, but failed on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated her killer move Blazing Heaven, directly incinerating the entire fragment world. All living beings perished, resulting in a great sin of slaughter. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's painstaking plans were all for naught in the end. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had already belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness actions were definitely demonic. Thus, after incinerating the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, the righteous path was angered. In the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure and was fearless. She even said that if anyone made a ruckus again she would burn down their blessed land. Since she could even burn an immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, burning down a blessed land was clearly an easy matter. The righteous path shouted, but at once, they realized that they could do nothing to this arrogant Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one's might could shake an area. If they really cast aside their pride and grace and carried out despicable sneak attacks and harassment, any force would feel a huge headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was still a rank 8 great expert. Although her battle strength could not be compared to ordinary rank 8s, she was not to be underestimated and could not be forced. If they forced her too much, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to play around. The Righteous Path forces had huge businesses, they had many branches and branches, they were the ones who suffered losses. Those with a bottom line were afraid of those without a bottom line, those who followed rules were afraid of those who did not follow rules. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness became famous in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance raised their heads and no one could bully them. Only when Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea to search for fortuitous encounters did Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fall back into a predicament. One could say that Blazing Heaven Demoness alone brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance into a prosperous and glorious era. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even use her signature killer move against the one-finger flow shark. She was clearly doing it with ease and her battle strength was unfathomable. What made Fang Yuan even more suspicious was that Blazing Heaven Demoness seemed to be purposely using a clone tactic to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, so that she could find an excuse to cause trouble. Although Shark Demon did not fall for it, Blazing Heaven Demoness relied on this plan to divide Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. One-finger flow shark was an immemorial desolate beast that also had 3-time path immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness not only dealt with it with ease, she even successfully schemed against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were at the edge of the battlefield. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength and deep wisdom. This kind of enemy was precisely the most difficult to deal with. In other words, Goo Immortals who could slowly climb from rank 1 to rank 8 realm were absolutely not stupid. They were all true experts with both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's expressions became increasingly gloomy. Early at the start of the battle, they had secretly used their methods to send a request for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But now the battle had gone on for so long, those who should have rushed over had already arrived. In the end, no reinforcements appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not come here rashly, she had already made preparations beforehand. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman's request for help ineffective. They were left alone and helpless. Shark Demon could even guess that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement with the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance's headquarters on the distribution of benefits. At once, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's hearts sank to rock bottom, their fighting spirit became lower and lower, the anger in their chests gradually extinguished, revealing a bone-chilling cold. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the norm in the Goo cultivation world. Shark Demon and his wife, who had always played the role of big fish, were reduced to small fish that were being devoured by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they resist her? Moreover, Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had the corresponding wisdom. To Shark Demon and Su Baiman, there was simply no hope of struggling. Sigh. Shark Demon let out a long sigh. He suddenly lowered his head. That's enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not talented enough. For the sake of Zombie Alliance, it is better to let you lead the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon, it is good that you know when to advance and when to retreat. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter could be heard in the sky above the battlefield. Her laughter had just ended when the fake bodies of the demonesses on the battlefield turned into flames and burned to nothingness. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stared blankly on the spot, not knowing what to do. Shark Demon sighed again. He pursed his lips and let out a whimpering sound. The one-finger flow shark was appeased. It lightly swung its tail and dived into the sea, quickly disappearing. Evidently, it had returned to the river of time. Shark Demon's move caused outsiders like Fang Yuan to be secretly shocked. The degree of Shark Demon's influence on the one-finger flow shark was already quite obvious. In time, Shark Demon might really be able to control this rank 8 desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path Immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She took a deep glance at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xianxia? That is me. Chapter 929. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Fang Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in. It was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor. It could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman died. Shark Sea was invaded by others. Maybe this was related? But Fang Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Su Baiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Fang Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish, this was the norm in the cultivation world. It was naked, bloody, cold and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out. These situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin. It made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness' forceful interference caused a huge change to Fang Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is shrewd and calculative. She is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal goo? There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Fang Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the battlefield killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 wisdom path Immortal goo. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Fang Yuan defected was a little too fast. Su Baiman was even more resentful. This Xianxia is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise without a single shred of integrity. Fang Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Fang Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Fang Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an Immortal goo? This is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess. Rocks were everywhere. It was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent goo immortals had different injuries. Their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Jioga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Jioga won again. His opponent, Qin Baisheng, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Jioge's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baisheng is completely suppressed by Feng Jioge. This is the 100 days battle. After 100 days, we are finally seeing the end. The truth is, Qin Baisheng is extremely strong, but unfortunately he met the even stronger Feng Jioge. Counting the time from the time Central Continent's group arrived at Luopa Valley and attacked, but ended up facing the stubborn defense of Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng, more than 3 months had passed. 100 days battle. This was a genuine 100-day battle. Under normal circumstances, battles between Gu Immortals rarely lasted for so long. In terms of scale, more than 10 Gu Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains were all elite experts. It could be said that in the past 1,000 years, there had never been such an intense battle in the 5 regions. If it was announced, it would cause an uproar in the world, countless people would pay attention to it. But unfortunately, be it the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were secretly investigating or the shady Shadow Sect, they did not want to expose it. Thus, this great battle that should have shaken the 5 regions continued quietly from beginning to end. Regarding this point, both sides had a tacit understanding. Since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial characters had always been Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Initially the two fought to a draw. The battle was in a deadlock. Qin Baisheng, who had the terrain advantage and used the battlefield killer move Trillion Slaughter Field, had a slight advantage. However, the more Feng Jioge fought, the stronger he became, and he displayed astonishing talent. Both sides gradually evened out, and Feng Jioge slowly expanded his advantage. Finally, in the last few days, Feng Jioge fought intensely for a long time, his battle strength rose to a new level, and he finally defeated Qin Baisheng. Defeating him once or twice was nothing. But 7 consecutive battles were enough to prove that Feng Jioge had a firm upper hand. Shadow Sect's group slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Jioge stood proudly at the front, watching the enemies disappear into the valley as he said calmly. His expression was haggard, there were more than 10 injuries on his body, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. His brimming Gu Immortal aura had also weakened to the lowest point. However, none of this could conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought with Qin Baisheng, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. But it was precisely because of this difficulty, it was like a rock, that the beautiful jade that was Feng Jioge became even more sparkling and translucent. Ever since Feng Jioge joined the Spirit Affinity House, it was rare for him to encounter such an intense battle. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jioge had a high status and a great reputation. No one would find trouble with him. This continuous 100 days of battle would make other Gu Immortals feel pain and difficulty, but Feng Jioge felt the excitement that he had not felt for a long time. This made him feel like he had returned to the exciting life of the demonic path. But he still felt a trace of regret. Demonic path, fighting with all my strength, what a pity. I can't go back to those passionate days. The current Feng Jioge. He was a man with a family, he could not take risks easily. Moreover, there were the Gu Immortals behind him. They were from the other 9 great ancient sects, their thoughts were hard to predict. If Feng Jioge really got heavily injured, it was hard to say how they would react. Feng Jioge remembered the advice of his beloved wife, Bai Qin, before she left. After all, Feng Jioge had slaughtered everyone in the past, causing Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to lose all their face. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other ancient sects for a long time. He could not even turn the tables. The other immortals listened to Feng Jioge's words. After the 100 days of battle, Feng Jioge's reputation had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Central Continent group. Cough cough. Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, coughing non-stop. His face was pale as paper. Every time he coughed, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Fairy Jianghu, who was supporting him, had a face full of worry. She frowned deeply. Feng Jioge is too despicable. Yilang Zi, who had lost an arm, shouted in anger. He is fighting Lord Qin Baisheng alone on the surface, but he is actually relying on his numbers. He is attacking from the side, threatening our defenses and forcing Lord Qin Baisheng to be distracted. If not for that, Lord Qin, how could you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said solemnly, no need to say anything, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss, there is no need to find a reason. This Feng Jioge is truly a genius. Relying on his own talent, he created a sound path killer move and got to where he is now. Even as an enemy, I admire him greatly. Relying on his own advantage, meticulously planning and creating an advantage, this is the way of battle. If he did not use it, I would look down on him instead. Saying so, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a large amount of warm blood. He breathed weakly as he looked around. After the 100 Days battle, only Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, Jianghu, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were left. They originally had Shui Songzi, but when attacking Langya Blessed Land he was killed by Fang Yuan. After retreating from Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu Immortals joined them. Both were killed by Central Continent's Gu Immortals in the 100 Days battle. But Central Continent's Gu Immortals suffered greater losses. Ancient Soul Sect's Old Oracle and the 2 Gu Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect were already dead. How could they take advantage of Qin Baisheng? Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would suffer huge losses. But at this point in the battle, the most crucial core member, the cornerstone of the group, Qin Baisheng, was already heavily injured and unable to return. Luopa Valley's geographical advantage was also gradually being offset. The remaining 5 Gu Immortals were all aware that the outcome of the 100 Days battle was already decided. They were the losers. Qin Baisheng focused, even though we lost, we did not lose the overall situation. On Feng Jiuji's side, he wasn't completely united. In the end, he couldn't fight me wholeheartedly, which allowed me to stall for time. After the last night, the nurturing immortal Gu in the valley will be completed. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will break out of the encirclement. I will stall the Central Continent people. Lord Qin Baisheng. The immortals were shocked. Qin Baisheng actually chose to do this. He was courting death. This was hard to understand. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it were Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, or He Langzi, they would only take care of themselves when facing death. Why would they sacrifice themselves to save others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, and He Langzi had dark thoughts. They looked at the other 3 discreetly. Qin Baisheng, Jianghu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were the true core of Shadow Sect. And the 3 of them were external reinforcements. There was an indescribable silence. Everyone walked to their resting spot. Let's do this. Take this time to rest. Tomorrow, whether we succeed or not will depend on your performance. Qin Baisheng waved his hand weakly, dispersing everyone. He Cheng, Hui Fengzi, and He Langzi, however, had heavy emotions. Their gazes were uncertain. The 3 walked together. They decided to rest together tonight, to prevent the Shadow Sect members from betraying them. But late at night, the 3 were suddenly summoned by Qin Baisheng. Chapter 930. In the middle of the night, inside Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baisheng handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. This immortal Gu is very crucial. I will entrust it to you. The black-robed Gu Immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no Gu Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baisheng turned around, instructing Jianghu solemnly, I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the great plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jianghu had a solemn expression. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the rest heard this and were shocked. They were speechless. What kind of organization was this Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu Immortals disregard their personal losses. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make Gu Immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luopa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom! The intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jianghu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. When the two worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her. The 5 Gu Immortals led by Fairy Jianghu were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were bloodshot. The attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 Gu Immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation. Her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment he appeared in the distance. Phew! Oh, whoosh! Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu Immortal Hong Chi-ming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Chi-ming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jianghu sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu Immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu Immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu Immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jianghu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated, Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast, the opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Qin Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Feiyan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Zhenqi of the 9 Heavens, one flying smoke. Damn it. He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Qin Zhenqi and Bu Feiyan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Zhenqi of the 9 Heavens referred to myriad dragon docks Qin Zhenqi, while one flying smoke referred to Heavenly Lotus Sect's Bu Feiyan. Jianghu and the other 3 Gu Immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect Immortals did not greet them. They only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect Immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi-ming. Even though Hong Chi-ming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioga has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect Immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioga's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioga's match. Were they going to fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Just as the 5 Immortals were feeling despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that blocked their way. Far away. Hong Chi-ming's body shook intensely as if he was struck by lightning. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The one who used the golden arrow was Qin Baisheng. How could he watch the 5 Immortals fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Right now, he forcefully used his injured body to face Ling Mei Ao Shui, Qin Jinqi and Bu Feiyan. The 4 Central Continent Immortals arrived quickly, but they also lost quickly. Not only did they lose, they were utterly defeated. Like Feng Jioga, Qin Baisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu Immortals could resist. Qin Baisheng did not kill the 4 Central Continent Immortals, he let them leave. His attention was mainly on Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's gaze was like a torch. He had already inspected Qin Baisheng's injuries. He had an elegant demeanor as he laughed heartily. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. It is not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my farewell song, right? Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The 5 Shadow Sect Immortals quickly retreated. Someone screamed in pain. Someone snorted. Green Jade Song's power was profound. The 5 Immortals were more or less hit by it. Wherever they were hit, their bodies would turn into jade, and the jade would spread to the surroundings. The 5 Immortals were decisive. They immediately attacked ruthlessly, smashing and digging out the flesh and blood on their bodies that were hit. At once, blood flowed everywhere. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baisheng attacked. A powerful soul path killer move. He targeted Feng Jioge's face and pressed down. Feng Jioge's expression changed. He quickly blocked. Qin Baisheng had 2 trump cards. One was soul path killer move soul suppression, the other was sword path killer move 5-finger fist heart sword. Once used, ordinary Gu Immortals would not be able to resist it. Feng Jioge had 3 trump cards. First was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. It was not vast power. It was profound and extraordinary. Feng Jioge's attention was diverted. The Green Jade Song slowed down. The pressure on the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals decreased. They ran for some distance. Qin Baisheng used a metal path killer move again. Numerous golden chains wrapped around Feng Jioge's limbs, binding him up from the back. Feng Jioge was not flustered. After the 100 Days battle, the two already knew each other's abilities. Qin Baisheng's metal path killer move was ineffective against Feng Jioge. These golden chains were very effective against Chen Jinqi and the rest. But as long as Feng Jioge moved slightly, he could shatter them in a breath's time. But at this time, Qin Baisheng showed a strange smile. I will let you see the true secret of Luopa Valley. Saying so, he used a technique to activate a certain arrangement. Several colorless lights shot out of the valley. One of them hit Feng Jioge. This is... Feng Jioge shattered the golden chains on his body, but because of this he was delayed. He was hit by the light and could not move. The power of space path. How could there be such a powerful force? Not far away, the 2 fairies Ling Mei and Ao Shui were also hit by the light. Their expressions changed and they exclaimed. As for Chen Jinqi and Bu Feiyin, their speed was extremely fast and they dodged the light. Qin Baisheng didn't care about the 2 of them. His main goal was to hold back Feng Jioge. Now this goal was more than half achieved. Don't struggle. This strange light is harmless. Feng Jioge suddenly came to a realization and reminded him. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were bewildered. In the next moment they saw Feng Jioge giving up resisting. His body was sucked into the mystical light and dragged into the depths of Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng's smile grew even wider. He actually took the initiative to crash into another streak of light and was also dragged into the valley. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and decided to believe in Feng Jioge. They also gave up resisting and jumped into the valley. This change was out of everyone's expectations. After being dazed for a moment, Chen Jinqi was the first to react. He roared and pounced at the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals. Leave them here first. This was undoubtedly a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals were being restrained by Chen Jinqi and Bu Feiyin. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Kenyang Laojun, and Old Man Tianlong arrived one after another. An intense battle erupted. One side desperately tried to break out, while the other side risked their lives to stop them. Ah, someone save me! He Qing shouted. He was the weakest. He was struck down by a killer move and left the group. Ignore him, protect the main target and continue to break out. Fairy Jianghu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Qing and protected the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Luopa Valley in a strange space. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in bewilderment. Chapter 931. In this mystical space, the light was gentle. There were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. That is right. Feng Jioge had just said that when Qin Baisheng, who was standing in front of him, looked at the 3 Central Continent Immortals, showing a deep smile. If not for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, how could I have lured you here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baisheng was strong, he felt troubled against a character like Feng Jioge, who had not appeared in 1,000 years. Especially when Qin Baisheng's 2 trump cards were not used to trap the enemy, they were only focused on killing the enemy. To temporarily trap Feng Jioge, they could only activate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements. Is this really Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei's tone carried a trace of excitement. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivation, there had been countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were said to be the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were like suns, dazzling and unparalleled. Every generation of venerables, be they immortal venerables or demon venerables, they were the number one of their generation, sweeping through the world, undefeatable. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a legend. He was skilled in Space Path and had unparalleled thieving skills. He also cultivated Transformation Path and was proficient in disguise. Before he reached rank 9, he had already changed his appearance and used all kinds of identities to achieve his unspeakable goals. He even caused chaos in the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also related to Longhair Ancestor. The failure in refining space escape Immortal Gu became Longhair Ancestor's obsession after his death. This had already become a legend that had been passed down for thousands of years. The inheritance of such a person was actually right in front of them. Even the two fairies Ling Mei and Ao Shui. Their hearts were ice cold, they could not help but feel excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. But Feng Jioge immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can touch. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Right. There was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng here. How could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance fall into their hands? For a moment, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were disappointed. Feng Jioge's back was facing them as he stood in front. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the two immortals' feelings and said, "You two misunderstood. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance had an extremely strict inheritance condition. You won't fit. I'm also not suitable, and I'm afraid Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were astonished. One of them asked, "There's a saying behind this?" Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. "Brother Feng knows a lot about Thieving Heaven true inheritance. It seems that the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House has indeed obtained a true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. They have been researching it but there was no result." Feng Jioge's eyes shined with brilliance as he stared at Qin Baisheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin has lived in Northern Plains for so long. But the intelligence about Jianghu State was so clear. That's right, because our sect has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. After many years of research we had some results." Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. Still unwilling, Ling Mei asked for guidance. "May I ask Lord Feng Jioge, what are the conditions for inheritance? Who knows, we might really be able to achieve it." Feng Jioge's gaze was fixed on Qin Baisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the two of you?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baisheng waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. "Impossible. None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here?" "Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon?" Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jioge nodded. "Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, "Other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jioge's power, he can't forcefully break through it?" They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance after all. You eat the meat and I drink the soup. The two female immortals did not want the bigger share, they only wanted a share. Qin Baisheng chuckled coldly. Wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss. His face was covered in dust. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with a true inheritance? Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jioge did not refute them. He explained, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable space path attainment is unfathomable, it is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon. Once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven. They are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside. It is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to obtain the true inheritance wholeheartedly. He was afraid of harming the innocent. Thus he failed and suffered a setback, unable to do anything for his entire life. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped repeatedly. Compared to Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng, the two of them were still too young. This was the first time they had heard of such secrets involving venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like their horizons had been broadened. But soon they became nervous and worried. Even Giant Sun Immortal has no way of dealing with this strange space. Then how do we get out? Don't worry about this. As long as we do not move, we can stay here for 30 minutes and be transported out. Feng Jioge replied confidently. If it were other Gu Immortals who fell into this strange space, they would have to use methods to probe it. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The time they were trapped here would be even longer. But Spirit Affinity House had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance, and Feng Jioge was a higher-up of Spirit Affinity House. He knew the correct way to leave this place. But at this time, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Jioge, since I trapped you here, how can I let you leave? Just stay here for me. Saying so, Qin Baisheng was about to attack. A powerful aura soared to the sky. Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. Feng Jioge quickly said, Don't attack. This space is so close, yet worlds apart. It looks very close, but we are actually very far apart. We are actually very far apart. The other party wants to lure you to attack. Once you attack, it will cause a change in this space. Whoever attacks will be targeted. The stronger the attack, the more terrifying the backlash, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into the other party's trap. Feng Jioge knew about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance in detail. He knew the terror of this strange space, thus even someone as proud and powerful as him did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe in Feng Jioge. They restrained their impulses and did not attack. But Qin Baisheng revealed a strange smile. Brother Feng is very confident. It is a pity that your sect's research on Thieving Heaven true inheritance is not deep enough. I don't know what I will do next. How will you face it? He spoke confidently while activating the Gu worms on his body, his aura surging. He finally reached the peak. What is he doing? Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. He was on full alert. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Qin Baisheng's action was out of the 3 central continent immortals' expectations. They heard Qin Baisheng's loud voice. After 54 tribulations, tribulation clouds still cover the sky. The soul light in my chest oppresses all living beings. The sword qi in my fists roams northern plains. 400 years have passed. How can I give birth to a new face without death? Abandoning this broken body for a cool breeze, sweeping through the heavens to restore light years. His voice was clear as he recited slowly. His expression was calm as water. His gaze revealed a trace of anticipation towards the future. After reciting this poem, he smiled at Feng Jioge. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Feng Jioge frowned. Even during the 100 Days battle, he had never shown such an expression. Because Qin Baisheng actually ended his own life at this moment. At the next moment, a cool breeze blew from Qin Baisheng's body. Behind Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear as they shouted, "Winds of assimilation." It turned out that in order to stall Feng Jioge's group, Qin Baisheng gave up his life and sacrificed himself. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed and there was no other immortal aperture to hold it, the winds of assimilation would naturally appear. The winds of assimilation were no small matter. Wherever the wind blew, it would assimilate everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid it. In this mystical true inheritance space, if one used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword or Heaven and Earth Song, it would at most be like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. However, at this moment, the winds of assimilation began to blow. Although it appeared to be a gentle breeze, the entire strange space began to shake violently. It was as if the entire lake was boiling. Layers of translucent ripples rapidly appeared in the space, unending. Feng Jioge had a solemn expression. Facing such a decisive attack from Qin Baisheng, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had already activated their goo worms, protecting their bodies tightly. Even Feng Jioge had to use his immortal goo, they were even more so. Leaving the mystical space would be a problem for later. They had to get through this huge crisis first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. Chapter 932. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Qin Baisheng sacrificed himself to create the winds of assimilation, causing Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui to fall into danger. Jianghu and the other 4 immortals tried to break out. Just as they were about to break out, He Qing was struck down by a killer move. His face was pale as he screamed for help. However, every second mattered when escaping. At the crucial moment, a slight delay could lead to the difference between heaven and hell. The immortals ignored him, they only pushed their speed to the limit. Fairy Jianghu was even more ruthless, she directly abandoned He Qing, ignoring his life and death. The hope of escaping was right in front of them. He Qing fell behind, wouldn't he be able to stall the Central Continent Goo Immortals? Only he had the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. After He Qing died, it would fall into the hands of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. This made Jianghu and the rest feel some regret. But regret was regret. Compared to the Immortal Goo House, their own lives were more important. Ha ha ha, all of you go and play, your father will make a move first. In the process of breaking out, Hui Fengzi suddenly laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose by a huge margin. In a few breaths of time he left Jianghu and the rest behind. Under the furious gazes of Jianghu and the rest, Hui Fengzi was about to escape. Cooperate with me. Hong Qiming shouted. 7 long 7 wind 7 text 7A goo formation at the periphery activated, giving off a dazzling light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had developed a tacit understanding. Where are you going? Chen Zhenqi and Bu Feiyan moved together. Using the unique goo formation at the periphery, they caught up. They blocked Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was the fastest in northern plains, he moved like the wind. This was something the Central Continent Goo Immortals had to admit. Just Chen Zhenqi or Bu Feiyan alone would not be able to stop Hui Fengzi. But now the two cooperated. They had a tacit understanding. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi moved, he could not shake off Chen Zhen and Bu Feiyan. His speed fell as he failed to break out. He deserves it. Jianghu and the rest felt great joy. They turned around and tried to break out of the encirclement. Go down. Kanyang Laojun snorted angrily, using his signature killer move life-chasing fire. Qi Hongming added insult to injury. One more hit. He Qing's entire body was on fire. With a miserable scream he fell from the sky. With a bang he smashed onto the ground. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood when countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding him tightly. At that moment He Qing was trapped. Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Qiming gave up on He Qing and chased after He Langzi. He activated his killer move and mercilessly attacked He Langzi. He Langzi had no choice but to use his transformation path killer move. He transformed into a giant lightning wolf to defend himself. Fairy Jianghu and the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal had not escaped far. He was intercepted by Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong. Without any nonsense, the 4 immortals began to fight. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged and thunder boomed. The 4 immortals displayed their abilities. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to a wave of violent waves of air that caused mountains to collapse and rocks to crack. Kanyang Laojun was a famous rank 7 Goo Immortal expert. When Dongfang Naganori faked his death, he fought against Free Scholar, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan. He had incredible battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Kanyang Laojun. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the Sound Path Goo Immortal Feng Jioge. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal was strong, but Fairy Jianghu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jianghu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jianghu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Kenyang Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance. Old man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart. His true appearance was finally revealed. Kenyang Laojun was stunned. You actually have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Kenyang Laojun. Kenyang Laojun was a fire path Gu immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jianghu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave. Fairy Jianghu screamed. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Kenyang Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Kenyang Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jianghu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice? Old man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jianghu's back with both palms. Boom. Fairy Jianghu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly descending from the sky. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jianghu's corpse fell to the ground. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jianghu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kenyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Qing. A moment later, He Lang Zi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground. His internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Qing had no choice but to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Immortal Gu houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Qing was already bankrupt. He had little immortal essence left. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate. It had less than 1% of its power. Hong Qiming used a Gu formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves. The Central Continent Gu Immortal's defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net. Even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Spare my life, I surrender. At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale. He admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals could understand this. Don't play tricks. Hand over the Immortal Gu first. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed. He had to hand over the Immortal Gu. Without the Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Gu Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. They were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain Immortal Gu that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, they would make a huge profit. 15 minutes later, Dark Prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, Where is He Qing? Such decisiveness. He actually gave up on the Immortal Gu house and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. A coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement, the dust had settled. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Jianghu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped with the crucial immortal Gu, while He Qing, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the immortal Gu house dark prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago when these people attacked Langya blessed land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Baisheng was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel Gu cultivation was. Even at Gu immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. I'm finally here. The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jianghu and Qin Baisheng had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important. If they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baisheng and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense. There were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the hairy man Gu immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadow Sect's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial immortal Gu here for safekeeping. This immortal Gu was related to Shadow Sect's plan, it could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Jianghu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time, just a little more time. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was filled with anger. He brought the immortal Gu and entered the graveyard. This was an immortal zombie graveyard. And he was an immortal zombie himself, it was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting. I can actually meet a 10 extreme immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart was filled with despair. Chapter 933. Who Immortal Blessed Land Underground Cave. The Blood G forest had already grown, unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly, countless thoughts were colliding with each other, it was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fang Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned, he did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color, there was no warmth at all, it was extremely cold. Fang Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently, he evaluated, it seems that my newly created Gu formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Gu. This Gu formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient, he could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this Gu formation he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom Gu was rank 9, Fang Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie, it was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This Gu formation. It could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this Gu formation was no longer the original version, it had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws. Once the goo formation even exploded in Fang Yuan's body. This time it was used. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of the goo formation. He was lightly injured. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared. He started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success Dao marks. He could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Goo for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was Pale Flame White Bones, the other was Green Beetle Water Lotus. The former was a Fire Path Immortal material while the latter was a Water Path Immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale Flame White Bones had Fire Path Dao marks, while Green Beetle Water Lotus had Water Path Dao marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of Fire Path Dao marks and Water Path Dao marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fang Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between Dao marks was too small. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fang Yuan was not a Fire Path or Water Path Goo immortal. He had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the Immortal Goo recipe strictly stipulated the age of the Green Beetle Water Lotus, as well as the amount of Pale Flame White Bones. But even so, Green Beetle Water Lotuses of the same age would have different Water Path Dao marks depending on their growing environment. If the Pale Flame White Bones were damaged, the Dao marks would fade. All of the Goo refinement materials had been inspected by Fang Yuan. They met the requirements of the Immortal Goo recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of Immortal Goo refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of Immortal Goo refinement was extremely low. Many Goo immortals spent their entire fortune to refine Immortal Goo without success. Immortal Goo were extremely beneficial to Goo immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, Goo immortals had an intense need for Immortal Goo. But in the history of Goo cultivation, failures in Immortal Goo refinement were everywhere. There were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 Goo immortals did not even have a single Immortal Goo. Goo immortals would rather capture wild Immortal Goo than take the risk of refining Immortal Goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason: the refinement path attainment of Goo immortals was uneven. Many Goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine Immortal Goo themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the less confidence the Goo immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask Longhair Ancestor to refine Immortal Goo in Immortal Goo houses for them. Fang Yuan modified the Immortal Goo recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original Immortal Goo recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water, they were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send the 4th batch of Goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Fang Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She had the attitude that she would not give up until Fang Yuan refined Star Thought Immortal Goo. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demoness and cheat her of the Goo refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to help Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier. The immortal materials that she used were what Fang Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Whether Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Goo or failed, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to collect interest. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal Goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fang Yuan would not agree to such conditions, he would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo as soon as possible, he could only accept it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness' help was not so easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had failed 3 times, it was his loss, he already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan knew a thing or two about Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his wisdom path attainment. Blazing Heaven Demoness could use this to threaten Fang Yuan and make Fang Yuan work for her. After all, wisdom path Goo immortals were rare. A wisdom path Goo immortal with Fang Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier, because she could use this to take down Yulu Blessed Land. All in all, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of Goo refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fang Yuan started to think. He had Connect Luck Immortal Goo, it could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck Immortal Goo to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of Connect Luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fang Yuan's side. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind, most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island has already been killed by Song Yishur, his ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. She represented the most outstanding person in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was the same as Mo Yao in history or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it was a grand era with great momentum. There was an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions, the appearance of dream realms broke the old structure of forces, a brand new Goo cultivation path, Dream Path was born, all of this indicated the birth of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes were born, valiant and ambitious people emerged, dragons and snakes rampaged. Fairy Black Moon could still represent Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Her innate talent was definitely first-rate in the 5 regions. Moreover, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Goo Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She obtained shocking results, her battle strength was outstanding and her methods were superb. Ever since Fairy Black Moon made her debut, she had been getting stronger and stronger, it was a blessing in disguise, her luck was very strong. Chapter 934. It is a pity that Fairy Black Moon is wearing a mask and has a mysterious identity. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life she was like the rising sun, her radiance was dazzling and dazzling, she did not leave any records. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple of Spirit Affinity House now, or maybe she is the descendant of a Goo immortal. All in all, I have too little information, I can't even find anything. Since Fairy Black Moon could not be found, there were only the secondary targets left. These people were all influential people. However, they were all temporary strong luck lacked momentum and could not last forever. Some of them had huge ups and downs, and some even had great fortune followed by great calamity. They died. If I connect luck to them, my luck will be extremely strong for a short period of time. It will definitely help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. But I do not have bad luck. If they are unlucky, I will be unlucky as well. In exchange for immediate benefits, sacrificing the long term, is this worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated. If he had break luck Immortal Goo, he would not need to consider this problem. But whether he could obtain break luck, Fang Yuan had no confidence. And if he had no confidence in doing something, he would not do it unless necessary. Placing his hopes on luck, Fang Yuan would not do that. He could take risks and had a gambling nature, but the truth was that he was more careful and cautious. If not for that, he would not have gotten to where he was today. A few days later, Blazing Heaven Demonist sent over a sufficient amount of Goo refinement immortal materials. But Fang Yuan did not have the mood to refine Goo anymore. An explosive piece of news. It reached his ears. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch was infiltrated by old ancestor Xianxia. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly plundered many precious immortal Goo and immortal materials. If old ancestor Xianxia was not discovered, Zombie Alliance could only accept their defeat. But the worst part was, the intense battle exposed old ancestor Xianxia's location. Zombie Alliance had to react. Zombie Alliance was a huge organization that spanned across the 5 regions. Someone infiltrated their own garden and plucked their fruits and flower buds. How could they tolerate that? If they did not punish such a scoundrel, Zombie Alliance's reputation would be tarnished. Their reputation would be severely damaged. If they were looked down upon by all the forces, how could they establish themselves in the Goo immortal world? How could they compete with the other forces? For any organization, face represented a certain degree of benefits. Moreover, old ancestor Xianxia was discovered in the immortal zombie graveyard. This touched the nerves of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, making them extremely angry. An immortal zombie's body contained an abundance of Dao marks. It was indeed a top-tier Goo refinement immortal material. But when an immortal zombie's immortal aperture died, they placed more importance on their body. This was the remaining pride of an immortal zombie. Thus, immortal zombies placed more importance on their bodies than ordinary Goo immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was an inviolable holy land in the Zombie Alliance. In the end, the holy land in his heart was destroyed by old ancestor Xianxia. Old ancestor Xianxia has gone too far. This has severely violated Zombie Alliance's bottom line. It seemed that he was going all out to refine immortal Goo fortune, not hesitating to become a thief and steal an immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan estimated. He thought back to his previous life, 500 years ago. But there was no such incident. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun was living well. Old ancestor Xianxia could not obtain him. He naturally could not refine immortal Goo fortune. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased. Everything has changed. Old ancestor Xianxia has suffered because of me. Old ancestor Xianxia's suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang. How could they be old ancestor Xianxia's match after the incident? They could only watch as old ancestor Xianxia flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish old ancestor Xianxia and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. What? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had no hope, but after old ancestor Xianxia's matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains. The ones most suitable for attacking Yulu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Su Baiman. After Blazing Heaven Demonis forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's days were not good, they were deserted by everyone. But now the situation was reversed. After all, Yulu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's rise was imminent. Many Gu Immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman feel deeply moved. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Fang Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demonis so decisively. This time he did not even invite Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan did not care. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago Fang Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It was a great help to Fang Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully he failed. Feng Jioga's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yulu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demonis asked Fang Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demonis words were still domineering and domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demonis headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Fang Yuan could refine Star Thought Immortal Gu many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demonis went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like old ancestor Xuehu, who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demonis would take. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demonis in the process of dealing with old ancestor Xuehu. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, old ancestor Xuehu was discovered. Fang Yuan even felt some gratitude towards old ancestor Xuehu. Several days later. Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Bufei Yen sighed. These last days they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Jioga, Ao Shui and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Chi Ming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Chi Ming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Actually, even if we know the way to enter, we might not be able to save the 3 of them. After all, this was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lord Feng Jioga is so powerful, but he is trapped inside without any commotion. This shows how dangerous it is. If we go in, it will be even more dangerous. Qin Baisheng schemed to trap Feng Jioga here. If we rashly go and save them, I'm afraid The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed, their tone became deeper, their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects originated from Celestial Court, they were not harmonious with each other, they competed with each other constantly. If a person like Feng Jioge, who appeared once in 1,000 years, died here, the other 9 sects would let out a sigh of relief. Nao Shui and Ling Mei had Immortal Gu. If they died, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was not a small loss for Heaven's Envy Manor, which had deep foundations. The enemy was gone. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless years of conflict erupted on the 5 Central Continent immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle is dead, Feng Jioge is also trapped, this mission can only come to an end. That's right, after this battle we have expended a lot of our strength, we need to recuperate. In my opinion, the most important thing is to return everything that happened here and the results of our investigation to the sect. That makes sense. Don't forget, we still have the captive Hui Feng Zi and the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These spoils of war are all priceless, we need to handle them properly. After conversing like this, the remaining Central Continent 5 immortals laughed silently. Why did they save Feng Jioge and the rest? Was he trying to suppress him after rescuing him? Save them to split the spoils of war? But as Righteous Path members they had to keep up appearances, otherwise they would be exposed. Chapter 935. After passing through the regional wall, Eastern Sea's group finally stepped into Northern Plains. I'm finally back. Feng Yuan sighed. He was using Xianxia as a disguise. As he stepped on the grassland, his emotional tone was not entirely an act. In front of him, the blazing heaven demoness eyes flickered as she murmured, "Yes, he's back." She was even more emotional than Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. As for blazing heaven demoness, she was a Northern Plainsman. After 100 years she had finally returned home. The terrain of the 5 regions was very different. The East Sea had countless strange seas, while the North Sea was flat, with various grasslands, wastelands and hills. The grassland beneath the sky-scorching demoness feet was a barren wasteland, with only a few green spots on the yellowish-brown soil. However, the blazing heaven demoness felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Other than Feng Yuan and blazing heaven demoness, the other Gu immortals were frowning slightly. They were all Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They were curious and unfamiliar with Northern Plains. Coming from his hometown to a foreign land, his heart was filled with a feeling of being ostracized, and he seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding environment. The ones with the strongest aura were 2 immortal zombies. They had rank 8 cultivation level. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were few living people. Including blazing heaven demoness and Feng Yuan, there were 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s and 4 rank 6s. The lineup was strong and they had the advantage in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions thoroughly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He did not hesitate to mobilize such a powerful force to rush to Northern Plains to regain his face. But now the Gu immortals were all injured. Rank 6 Gu immortals had light injuries, rank 7 Gu immortals had even heavier injuries. They were in a pathetic state, while the 3 rank 8s were even weaker. Their bodies were in tatters, some had broken arms, some had broken legs. His body swayed in the breeze as if he was on the verge of collapse. At the edge of the 5 regions, they all had boundary walls. Surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall. Surrounding the East Sea was the Blue Water Boundary Wall. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary wall that the 5 regions were isolated from each other. Moreover, the higher the level of the world barrier, the stronger the obstruction. It was 10,000 times more difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal to pass regional walls than a rank 6 Gu immortal. Eastern Sea immortal zombies wanted to enter Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. They had to pass through 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured. 4 rank 7 immortal zombies lost their lives in the regional wall. In contrast, rank 6 Gu immortals felt less pressure. Among everyone, Feng Yuan was the most relaxed. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, at the bottom of rank 6, and he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's regional wall repelled him and pushed him outwards, while Northern Plains' regional wall welcomed him and pulled him inwards. Similarly, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like wanderers returning home, Feng Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were welcomed by Northern Plains. If not for the huge goo formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, I'm afraid one of the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies would have been sacrificed, and half of the remaining rank 7 immortal zombies would have died. Fang Yuan observed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he was secretly praising the deep foundation of East Sea Zombie Alliance. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance's headquarters had made a move. Activating the goo formation actually caused an earth tide. Every once in a while, an earth tide would occur in Eastern Sea. Boundless earth force would surge from deep within the trenches, it would stir up the seawater and form an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful, it was easy for it to create a tsunami that was thousands of feet tall. The earth tide charged at the regional wall, causing it to weaken. Every year, during the earth tide, many goo immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest set off, the earth tide had already passed. To think that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a method to create an artificial earth tide. In a short period of time, an area of Eastern Sea's regional wall was weakened. If not for this help, Fang Yuan and the rest would have suffered even greater losses. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other goo immortals focused their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she had the strongest battle strength, thus she was the leader of this operation. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to reliable information, old ancestor Shui Hu has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush back, we should rest and recover our battle strength first, that is the best choice. The immortal zombies nodded, they had no doubts. They had just passed through the regional wall, their strength had fallen to rock bottom, they needed to rest and recuperate. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even return to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden location. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals concealed themselves and recuperated. This was the same as when the Central Continent Goo Immortals first infiltrated. There was no other way, after all, the expenditure of passing through regions was too huge. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. The 3 main peaks and countless subsidiary peaks stood tall in the heavy snow, like frost giants standing in silence. Among them, the first main peak was tall and majestic, it was old ancestor Shui Hu's residence. At this time, in a certain room on the first main peak, a huge goo formation was shining with dazzling golden light. Outside the goo formation, an old man was standing. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. But the one controlling the goo formation was not him, but a female immortal. This female immortal was in her 20s, she was beautiful and had a graceful aura, she was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old ancestor Shui Hu's wife, she looked younger than him, but she was actually much older than him. Lady Wanshou had once seized a fortuitous encounter and obtained Goo Immortal Wang Jiao's inheritance. Not only did she obtain several lifespan Goo, she even obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods had their own disadvantages compared to lifespan Goo. But lifespan Goo were rare and hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were still very popular among other Goo Immortals. When Lady Wanshou was still cultivating, many Goo Immortals came to her, they paid a huge price to ask her to extend their lifespan. As time passed, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Goo Immortals, her lifespan extended by more than 1,000 years. Not only did she obtain countless cultivation resources, her strength rose rapidly, she even built up a network and became very popular, there were even flatterers who offered Wanshou to her. Many Goo Immortals had requests from her, they did not dare to offend her. They cheered her on and her name spread far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled in lifespan extension, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was one of the 4 refinement path experts in Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. Quasi-great grandmaster was only a step away from great grandmaster. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wanshou. Old ancestor Shui Hu was skilled in ice and snow path, he was also ashamed of his inferiority. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine Goo, he would ask Lady Wanshou to do it. But at this time, Lady Wanshou was activating the refinement path Goo formation. She was not refining Goo, but refining an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shui Hu from the depths of Earth Trench, the deepest part of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie graveyard. It was only the size of a palm, its whole body was shining with purple gold light, its texture was like a rock. The refinement path Goo formation shone brightly, its aura was rumbling. After a long while, the Goo formation slowly stopped, the light it emitted also gradually extinguished. The mysterious purple-gold rock that had been refined until it was bright red soon cooled down, its fire dissipated and it returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze, this was a silent question. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly, shaking her head. Even you cannot tell the origin of this mysterious purple-gold rock? Old Ancestor Shui, who was somewhat surprised. This immortal material is indeed extraordinary. My Gu formation has been activated completely, but I still cannot refine it. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I need to research it properly. Saying so, Lady Wanshou's tone changed. Husband, you were careless this time. It would have been fine if you had not been discovered stealing immortal zombies. But this time you have crossed Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they will definitely take revenge, you need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, saying solemnly, I was too careless this time. My original plan was going smoothly, I had almost cleared out the immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is the best immortal material to refine fortune Gu. I was excited and tried to capture it. But to think that the other party had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard, due to my carelessness, I could not conceal the sounds of battle and alerted Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Sigh. Old Ancestor Shui, who heaved a long sigh. Now that I think about it, it might have been the interference of Fortune Immortal Gu. Lady Wanshou said solemnly, Fortune Immortal Gu is rank 8, it is normal for even you to be affected by it. This is Giant Sun Immortal's core Immortal Gu. Recently, I have been failing frequently in Gu refinement, it is likely due to Fortune Immortal Gu. But husband, you have obtained so many immortal zombie bodies this time, it has greatly increased the speed of gathering immortal materials. As long as we can refine Fortune Immortal Gu quickly, all of this will be worth it. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who bought Ma Hong Yun, he wanted to use the latter as the main material to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Gu. This was naturally disadvantageous to Ma Hong Yun. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui, who, Lady Wanshou, and the rest faced the backlash of Fortune Immortal Gu. Not just the two of them, many of the Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land who received Old Ancestor Shui, whose mission to gather immortal materials had bad luck. Accidents happened frequently. Actually, before this, Old Ancestor Shui, who had already suffered a backlash from Luck Path. That time, Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked. Old Ancestor Shui, who fought against 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, forcing them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible. Old Ancestor Shui, who relied on his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. This time, when he stole the immortal zombie body, he was very confident, but because of the backlash of Luck Path, he was careless and caused a huge commotion. The harder it is to refine Fortune Immortal Gu, the more powerful this Immortal Gu is, it makes me even more determined to refine it. Don't worry, I have already tightened my surveillance in Dark Flow Giant City, if there is any commotion I will know. We will deal with it when it comes, I want to see if Zombie Alliance has any great plans. Chapter 936. Rex. The huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other 2 leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quan Weng, greet leader, greet the 2 lords, greet our comrades. The 3 leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is Old Ancestor Shui, who, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, on the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old Ancestor Shui, who is too arrogant, we must make him pay the price. Our Zombie Alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Weng saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she spoke slowly. This matter is important, let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing, let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old ancestor Xuehu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all, they had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the earth trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess, large amounts of frost covered the surface, some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the earth trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now, he could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old ancestor Xuehu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old ancestor Xuehu. Who is this person? He has rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding. He even set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned, asking Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Weng smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well, we were kept in the dark, we did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted, her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old ancestor Xuehu appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine fortune immortal Gu, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu Wan Dao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background, he is a 10 extreme immortal zombie, he has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order, we need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombie showed astonished expressions. Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you can know. Alright. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is old ancestor Xuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yin Lu Gong and the rest quickly agreed. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all, Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier what Yin Lugong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ah. Corpse Detonation King Wangda laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. Only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, "Next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King immediately said, "The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks. They are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them." Attacking them is just a reckless move. Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Xuehu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantages, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely snowy mountain blessed land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Xuehu's vigilance. Snowy mountain blessed land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled. Since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength it will be easy. Corpse Detonation King was speechless. He showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder. His gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Old ancestor Xuehu is strong. Even though snowy mountain blessed land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, "Oh? What weakness?" Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around saying, "Fortune immortal Gu." Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go out. The only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fang Yuan a token. It could represent her will to the greatest extent. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter and exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as all the resource points controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the important warehouses. The precious immortal materials inside were all for Fang Yuan to use. As long as they were useful for refining immortal Gu, he just needed to register them. The environment was relaxed and the conditions were good. Fang Yuan could not help but feel surprised. Is Blazing Heaven Demoness still thinking of attacking Yulu Blessed Land? That is unlikely. Not to mention old ancestor Xuehu's matter, who knows when it will be resolved. Shark Demon and Su Baiman will definitely make use of their time to invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to attack Yulu Blessed Land. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, along with my Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to scheme against old ancestor Xuehu, so she values my ability in this aspect? Chapter 937. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the explosion was not huge. The starlight in the sky was like fluttering butterflies, fluttering in the secret room. Under such a beautiful scenery, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. I failed again. This time, I did not even complete a third of the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed as he waved his sleeves. The clouds and rain dispersed, the starlight vanished without a trace, The huge secret room returned to its previous tranquility. This was the secret room of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Here, Fang Yuan obtained sufficient immortal materials. He tried to refine goo again, but tasted the bitterness of failure again. Even though I use the immortal killer move time assist luck every time I refine goo, the effect is not huge. There is no suitable target for connect luck. Forget it, I have done enough on the surface. I should try to enter Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but there were many things that could not be done quickly. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Goo and wanted to enter Earth Trench in a hurry, it would be too obvious. Others would see through it, so he could not do it. Even though Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the problem now was that he was not free. He was heavily guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that this was also a form of surveillance. After all, Fang Yuan had failed many times in Immortal Goo refinement. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. If they did not monitor him, what if Fang Yuan escaped? Even though this agreement was made, Blazing Heaven Demonis had already used information path methods and immortal killer moves to restrict both sides. But at Blazing Heaven Demonis level, the older one was, the more cowardly they were. The more knowledge they had, the more careful they were. Who knew if Fang Yuan had a method to break it? Fang Yuan really did. The 500 years of memories allowed him to know many methods to break immortal information path restrictions. But he did not have the corresponding immortal goo. He could not break this agreement. He sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. That was why he cooperated with Blazing Heaven Demonis. But now he wanted to steal the treasure even more. During these days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. To make the Blazing Heaven Demonis feel at ease, he was also secretly gathering information. Actively prepare yourself for action. Compared to before, Dark Flow Giant City had opened its gates and resumed communication with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale was rising. They were full of energy. So, Blazing Heaven Demonis led the group to deal with Old Ancestor Xianxia. She used a rather smart strategy. She did not directly attack, but instead grasped Old Ancestor Xianxia's greatest weakness and restrained him. What was Old Ancestor Xianxia's greatest weakness? Almost all the Northern Plains Goo immortals knew about it. Fortune Immortal Goo. Old Ancestor Xianxia wanted to refine Fortune Immortal Goo wholeheartedly, but he lacked immortal materials. Even though he had the main material, Ma Hong Yun, it was related to a rank 8 immortal goo. He also had to prepare more materials to increase the possibility of success. Hence, his demand for immortal materials was extremely huge. The demonic path goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were tormented by Old Ancestor Xianxia to the point of being miserable. Even Old Ancestor Xianxia had to lower his status and personally sneak into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench to do that thing. This showed Old Ancestor Xianxia's extreme desire for immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demonis saw this point and actively made arrangements, using ambushes, plots, destruction, and other methods. She especially opposed the demonic path goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. These demonic path goo immortals had a hard time gathering immortal materials. And because of the backlash from Luck Path, the immortal zombies relied on luck to move, thus the success rate of every operation was very high. The more such operations succeeded, the more Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale fell, while the morale of Zombie Alliance's side gradually rose, sweeping away the dejection from before. Fang Yuan had an ashen expression as he opened the secret room's door. There were 2 rank 6 immortal zombies at the door. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the immortal zombies, Dr. Xianxia, immediately greeted, "Sir, you have come out of closed cultivation. I wonder if the goo refinement this time." Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort, waving his hand in annoyance. "Don't bother me." Saying so, he directly left. Who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant in our territory?" The other immortal zombie, Landlord Leiyu, looked at Fang Yuan's back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He was extremely dissatisfied. But that yin-yang doctor did not seem to care even though he was rebuffed. He grinned and chased after Fang Yuan, following closely behind him like a dog skin plaster. Fang Yuan moved forward, turning left and right. He arrived at a large hall. This was the largest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City. It was personally guarded by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan, Dr. Xianxia, and Landlord Leiyu arrive, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse nodded towards them familiarly. Knowing that Fang Yuan had come to collect immortal materials again, he smiled and handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received the goo worm and held it in his hand, pretending to look at the list of immortal materials inside. while scheming in his mind. Blazing Heaven Demonis, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wandao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 3 days ago to attack the demonic Path Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They have not returned yet. This is an opportunity, I might as well use it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse said enthusiastically, Sir Xianxia, whatever immortal materials you want, you can take them. Leader has already instructed us, you only need to register them. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But the moment he said so, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at the immortal zombie. What burden do I have? Why would I have any psychological burden? I'm fine. Fang Yuan was unkempt, his hair was disheveled, he had an extremely irritated expression. Seeing him like this, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse immediately knew that Fang Yuan's Gu refinement had definitely failed. This immortal zombie was dazed, thinking, I really deserve it, why am I being so talkative? Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me? He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fang Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time he mumbled, Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why? Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal Gu. Why can't I succeed? Fang Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot, he looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time, I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed. The 3 immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Fang Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many Gu immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal Gu, they paid a huge price but still gained nothing and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades or even centuries go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words shocked the 3 immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Yin Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place, fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demonis had told them to look after Fang Yuan, it was naturally to protect him. Hearing Fang Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you know? Fang Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us. Dr. Yin Xian smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Fang Yuan did not care about his sincerity, he waved his arms and shouted, Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining Gu, I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus? Sir, don't be impatient, let me check. Dr. Yin Xian immediately said. He also had information path Gu worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Yin Xian's face. He retracted his mind and said to Fang Yuan, Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6, is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it. Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Yin Xian's nose and scolding, Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth shell snail star night mucus star night mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then shouted anxiously, Earth shell snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star night mucus will be processed on the spot. I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into star night mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards. Chapter 938. Earth shell snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench. They were only suitable to live there. According to Fang Yuan, to collect the star night mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth shell snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth shell snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the star night mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high, and the danger was also very high. Earth shell snails had a docile nature. It was not hard to get close to them. One could even stand on their back and make light attacks. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the Earth shell snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the Earth shell snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the Earth shell snails lived many strong fierce beasts. Groups of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live, do you understand? Fang Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan brought out Blazing Heaven Demoness, these two immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Yin Xian said to Fang Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night Mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fang Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. The Starry Night Mucus was developed by Fang Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, it could also be used to refine other Star Path Immortal Goo. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night Mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the Guts Goo. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night Sticky Saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to Guts Goo. In the hands of Refinement Path or Wisdom Path Goo immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed behind to accompany Fang Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow, with a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain Goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the Information Path Goo formation. Using the Information Path Goo formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would obstruct him. In fact, Fang Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demoness would agree. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demoness did not want Fang Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting Fang Yuan. After all, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main focus was on how to attack the demonic path Goo immortals that were leaving Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to obstruct them from collecting Goo refinement immortal materials and teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson. If Blazing Heaven Demoness does this, it will be more in line with my intentions. After all, I will go deep into Earth Trench and have more guards. It will be safer. When I get close to the inheritance, I will shake them off. If there are not many guards, it will be easier to shake them off. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to Fang Yuan's idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to protect Fang Yuan. Among them there were 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. It was a strong lineup that slightly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. It showed Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity. 3 days later the 5 immortal zombies gathered. After waiting for another 2 days, the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo to deal with this mission. As local tyrants, no one was more familiar with this earth trench than them. After making sufficient preparations, the group of people finally set off. What was worth mentioning was that earth trenches were not limited to northern plains. In fact, all 5 regions had earth trenches. Earth trenches were formed on the ground, some earth trenches stretched for millions of li, some were millions of feet deep, bottomless. It was one of the most majestic natural wonders in the Goo Master world. Zombie Alliance's earth trench had always been guarded by Zombie Alliance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in northern plains, Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth trenches were rich in resources and had many desolate beasts. Back then, Dark Flow Giant City was built here to occupy this rich resource point of Earth Trench. Everyone knew that Northern Plains cultivation resources were lacking compared to the other 4 regions. But earth trenches were deep underground, they had vast space and abundant resources. The only flaw was that the desolate beasts and desolate plants inside were very fierce and powerful. There were countless of them. Normally, only super forces could control resource points like earth trenches. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch was like this. Central Continent's Demon Expelling Sect was also like this. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force with 3 Goo Immortals guarding it. The earth trench they controlled was called Anzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. At night, Fang Yuan and the rest passed through the entrance and went deep into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He naturally did not move stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He could be said to be walking openly and openly. The giant trench was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. It silently opened in the thick darkness. Fang Yuan and the rest entered it. The trench gradually expanded by tens of times, to 100 times. After flying for several minutes, the interior of Earth Trench was already so vast that it could contain 70 to 80 dark flow giant cities. In the deep darkness there were only flickering lights. Most of the cliffs on both sides were bare and steep. There were only a few needle-like plants on the surface like sesame seeds. How deep was this Earth Trench? No one knew. Even the immortal zombies who had controlled this place for so many years had never found the true bottom of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was rich in resources. But the number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts was unheard of. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch did not have the strength to advance. They could only try their best to control the area that was 150,000 feet from the surface. In today's world, although the human race has stood tall for a long time, fully deserving of being the overlord of the races, but they could not enter any corner of nature. Compared to the grandeur of nature, the human race seemed insignificant. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even the powerful immortal venerables and demon venerables could only understand 1 or 2 of the laws of heaven and earth to the extreme. Humans were still an unreachable distance away from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. The group gradually went deeper. The earth trench was huge. It made Fang Yuan and the rest look tiny. At this point, they were already 150,000 feet from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this earth trench. It was endless darkness. It silently devoured everything. Everyone was silent. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings silently, using the corner of his eyes to observe the immortal zombies. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7s. 3 rank 6s. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, including Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie. His name was Lin Danyao. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained some information about them. He did not know nothing about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was the first. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the one with the strongest battle strength in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he could use his immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, part of the reason for Dragon Commander Yi Cha's fame. Immortal zombies' immortal apertures were already dead, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha still had a way to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. This was quite puzzling. Countless immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie, Granny Yuan, specialized in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, from his title, he was a healing Goo immortal. He naturally could not compare to Tai Bai Yunxing, but he was very skilled in healing immortal zombies. Landlord Lei Yu specialized in offense, he had vast attacks and a grand aura. The final immortal zombie, Lin Danyao, controlled flying beasts, he was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had spent a lot of effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could protect Fang Yuan, while Dr. Yin Xian could heal Fang Yuan's injuries at the crucial moment and save Fang Yuan's life. If they encountered a desolate beast group and the immortals could not match them, Lin Danyao could sacrifice his birds to stall for time for the immortals to retreat. The deeper they went, the wider the earth trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides, there was a huge space in the middle, birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Lin Danyao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the earth trench, Lin Danyao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly, our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fang Yuan did not change his expression, he was very patient. After a while Lin Danyao suddenly said, "There is a Yuxia octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very strong. A rank 6 Yuxia octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials, that was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the earth trench, they crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence, they were everywhere, it was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Fang Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. Chapter 939. Amidst the silence, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into earth trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. "We cannot go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yi Cha said. "At this depth, the earth shell snail is active. We need to explore the surroundings." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Fang Yuan and the rest formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Fang Yuan used time 8 luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after he encountered an earth shell snail. "Very good." Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious, let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around." Dragon Commander Yi Cha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Yuxia octopuses. "I need to deal with the snail's saliva, I need to use starlight, it will most likely alert these Yuxia octopuses." Fang Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest. Everyone's expression sank. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. "Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion," Dr. Yin Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. "That is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Yuxia octopuses first." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude, he had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yi Cha had to compromise. "Then we will kill these Yuxia octopuses first, Xianxia will take action." This time Dragon Commander Yi Cha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Danyao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Yin Xian, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yi Cha was soon done with the arrangements. Fang Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Yuxia octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Yuxia octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time Dragon Commander Yicha suddenly said to Fang Yuan, "Xianxia, you should also make a move." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Yuxia octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, starlight shined brightly. Fang Yuan's attacks were relentless. Soon this dying Yuxia octopus was killed. Next he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Yuxia octopus was half man half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Yuxia octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Fang Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yuxia octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Lin Danyao controlled the birds to stall the Yuxia octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fang Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yuxia octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually Dragon Commander Yicha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yuxia octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yuxia octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yicha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time the other immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Fang Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Fang Yuan alone, he might not be Fang Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Fang Yuan started to collect the Star Night mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon the earth shell snail stopped squirming. Its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or 2. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In earth trench there were not only the Yuxia octopus. There were bat desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milk grass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth shell snails. 2 of them. Fang Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much Star Night mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast Scarlet Flame Snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of earth trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus Fang Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Fang Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yuxia octopuses ahead. Stop advancing, there are many Yuxia octopuses, there are at least 30 of them. Lin Danyao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yicha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yuxia octopuses controlling them. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it. He could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later they found the fourth earth shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell, its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of Earth Trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin Danyao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. So Xianxia, you can use your methods freely. Fang Yuan nodded, he observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light, he recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here they will not be able to move, they will starve to death. Earth shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old, it is an ancient desolate beast-level earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in, he screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Fang Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell onto the cliffs, his legs were stuck in the soil, he had a panicked expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape. Fang Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. Don't fly. Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. But by the time he spoke it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth hose suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew. The mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth, it could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fang Yuan shouted, "Someone save me." The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful. The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth, they are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked, they attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demoness? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon, it would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm, they attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yicha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yixia octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he turned into a Yixia octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later he successfully lured the furious Yixia octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yicha. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yixia octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xianxia was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach, he could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yixia octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yixia octopuses, there were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yixia octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yixia octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yicha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yixia octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged. What was going on? But they had to save Xianxia first. Persevere. Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders, they could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this coho did not hide under the heavy soil belt, instead it went berserk, its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on, they could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Coho's flesh was torn. Originally the situation was very clear. Even though the Coho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yi Cha and company's match. But the Yuxia octopuses came to disrupt the situation. It became a three-way battle. You fight me, I fight you. They restrained each other. The situation was chaotic. The Yuxia octopuses had the most numbers. They surrounded the immortal zombies and the Coho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xianxia, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yuxia octopuses. The Yuxia octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yuxia octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Yuxia octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Yuxia octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Yuxia octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Yuxia octopus. The Yuxia octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fang Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha can raise large numbers of Yuxia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret also made Fang Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, it was filled with death energy, it was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yi Cha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time. Oh. Before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area, it quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fang Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Yuxia octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the wall 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Yuxia octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat, they would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Yuxia octopuses. The Yuxia octopuses were happy to do this, there were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fang Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yuxia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories, Their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds. He could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into two from top to bottom, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Yiksha octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Yiksha octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fang Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fang Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yiksha octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yiksha octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Yiksha octopus left. Several desolate beast Yiksha octopus. If Yiksha octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Fang Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal, it was not just some light effects. The aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fang Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Fang Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fang Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here there was a Yiksha octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Yiksha octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yiksha octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Yiksha octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Yiksha octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent. They would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo. No matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Yiksha octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Yiksha octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Yiksha octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Yiksha octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. He walked around Yiksha octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Yiksha octopus was a pile of white bones. There was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind shook. It is here. The Dao marks here are leaking. This is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon, Fang Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation. Because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation I need to use goo worms. There will be a huge commotion. Seems that I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a bone and moved away from Xianxia octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Xianxia octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Xianxia octopuses that were guarding their home swarmed over. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now Xianxia octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan used every second he had to unravel the space path goo formation. The Xianxia octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fang Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it he would need months. Chapter 941. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole it would take about a month. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Xianxia octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man. Every second counts. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Xianxia octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had not reached Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. The Xianxia octopus king returned to its residence and first scanned the place. It felt something was amiss. When Fang Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Xianxia octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fang Yuan gradually faded. Xianxia octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Xianxia octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fang Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fang Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state. This was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fang Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment. The matter of him collapsing 88 Jianghu Tower would be exposed. By then the whole world would chase after him. Who immortal blessed land would definitely be lost. He would have to treat star form blessed land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Xianxia octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Fang Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like in 88 Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Fang Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the goo immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 goo immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Fang Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal goo dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew that this number was huge, extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the goo immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge goo formation's value is even higher. This huge goo formation's value is even higher. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge goo formation. In this goo formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge goo formation, otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this goo formation I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a goo formation to a certain extent. It could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this goo formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved. It is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Fang Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. The sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers. They looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials. He started to fly in the air, searching. Time passed minute by minute. The joy on Fang Yuan's face slowly faded. The feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all. It is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bee needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Fengyuan peach grows, there must be snake-tail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here there are only immortal material plants, there is not even a worm. Fengyuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Fengyuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Fengyuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Fengyuan's feet. How can this be? Fengyuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic, they could no longer be used. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Tao marks. When the Tao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all, it is completely silent. A chill rose in Fengyuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Tao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fengyuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Fengyuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant goo formation that created this place must be very strange. If I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire goo formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Chapter 942. Swoosh. Fengyuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fengyuan did not even look at them. These, dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly Fengyuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fengyuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fengyuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fengyuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Fengyuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead, immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fengyuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkled down with the wind. Fengyuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Fengyuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fengyuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fengyuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them. Fengyuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu Immortals. A long time ago in the auction that Qin Baisheng organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now in front of Fang Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling moon heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark centipede, ice spike divine ape, white hoof ink dragon, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Fang Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains unique coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas magnificent smoke turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from the 5 regions. It could be said to have everything. This is a ruined bat. Fang Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruined bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruined bat that Fang Yuan saw in Northern Plains Taichio. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be remnant heavenly hound? Fang Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen remnant heavenly hound personally, he had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Of course at rank 9, they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a super organization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions, only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, they were also continuous, they would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life he had attacked Hu immortal blessed land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who was the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life, during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Fang Yuan knew this. Or rather, every superorganization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and above board, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. That is, Fang Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand. There were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu Formation. A terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of metal path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee, this was a creature recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. They were all the size of a leopard. The markings on their bodies were like tiger stripes, gold with black spots. They were extremely powerful. Even verdant great sun was not its match. And the honey wine made from it was sweet but not greasy. It was fragrant and delicious. It was an absolute delicacy in the world. If it was a leopard-sized bee, this wing would be perfect. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled bitterly. He was not sure. His past knowledge was extremely narrow and shallow in this place. He casually picked up the wasp wing or cicada wing. An unexpected scene occurred. This cicada wing left the purple sand and was undamaged. It did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was surprised and happy. This was an immemorial desolate beast's body part. It was a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even emit the light of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, this was a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu immortal material. Chapter 943. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks. The light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in Gu refinement, he understood one thing. The reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Dao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Dao marks a Gu worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal Gu, it was to extract the required Dao marks from countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand had a lot of Dao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu had tens of thousands of times more Dao marks than rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee. It mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal Gu, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal Gu now. Fang Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this Gu formation, I finally have some gains. Fang Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief, entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous B wings. It was slightly inferior and did not produce a halo of Dao marks. Fang Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Fang Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Could this be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he activated his Gu worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly, it floated away from Fang Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Fang Yuan's body shook and then he was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions, it was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with the phoenix bloodline, it was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in White Heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was not made of ordinary flesh and blood, it was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 cloud path immortal Gu more than 10 times. The discovery of the cloud phoenix fragment confirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire purple sand desolate land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The Dao marks covered most of the Gu paths. Among them there were 3 immortal materials that contained rich star path and wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal Gu. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could completely abandon blazing heaven demonis and refine Gu on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, star thought immortal Gu's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the light of wisdom path to use. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The Gu immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this purple sand desolate land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path Gu formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the Gu immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal Gu. But unfortunately, the Gu refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path Gu formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the Gu refinement were destroyed, only these fragments were left. No matter who it was or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge Gu formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place, nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 Gu immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui who knew that Fang Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fang Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Gu, even though Mahong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Xuehu's demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal, or perhaps Gu Immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him, he had a new feeling. Sigh. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the Gu formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance there was nothing here. But under Fang Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of Gu formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound Gu formation, such an exquisite arrangement, it must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path Gu formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and even phantom path Gu formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Fang Yuan did not know much about this, he only heard that food path was best at feeding Gu worms. The supplementary food path Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation required countless Gu worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still Gu formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path Gu formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Fang Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path Gu formation? As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path Gu formation to survive. Fang Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Tai Chiu, Dongfang Naginori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fang Yuan would not have been able to recognize this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these Gu formations survived the explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path Gu formations. They also set up many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, refining Gu worms is much easier, it saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is said to be the number 1 Gu refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is a compound Gu formation with a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path Gu formations. But these Gu formations were very superficial, after all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects he would definitely be mediocre. Chapter 944. The Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Xuehu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a Gu formation. In order to set up this Gu formation, old ancestor Xuehu personally invited the number 1 formation path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu. Sun Minglu was a righteous path Gu immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shui, who knew that he could not be forced, he put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shui who used Lady Wanshou to convince Sun Minglu. Although Sun Minglu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shui who set up a refinement path Gu formation for his beloved wife, he was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu immortals. He set up a Gu formation and prevented the Central Continent Gu immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually the Gu formation was broken and Sun Minglu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Minglu had detailed records of old ancestor Shui Hu's invitations. According to the remains of the Gu formation, this Gu formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Minglu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu formations. He was publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme martial grandmaster. The realm above great grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, long hair ancestor, old immortal Kongju, and old eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food path Gu formation, phantom path Gu formation, metal path Gu formation, strength path Gu formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the Gu formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these Gu formations they were on the verge of death. Mortal Gu that were struggling at death's door, there was not a single immortal Gu. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal Gu. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu. In the following period of time, the immortal Gu starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path Gu formation. This was the 7th wisdom path Gu formation he had found. The Gu formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this Gu formation. In this Gu formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path Gu formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful because this wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fang Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple wisdom path Gu formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small Gu formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the Gu formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years or even 1,000 years, I will be refining Gu here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus I asked Yellow to add this small Gu formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This Gu formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 soul path immortal Gu. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal Gu recipes. There was an accident when I was refining Gu today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul immortal Gu recipe, but I refined an immortal Gu with unknown effects. Although it is also a soul path immortal Gu, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The Gu refinement failed. 3 of my defensive Gu formations were destroyed. Even the main refinement path Gu formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, Yellow came to fix all the Gu formations. I can refine Gu now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant Gu Immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that soul path immortal Gu. So this is the effect of an immortal Gu. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are Yellow, Azure, Purple, Green, a total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fang Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the Gu formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the Gu formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today I found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a Gu immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kongju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. Yellow and Purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in rule path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death, with death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture death land is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fang Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy. There were no tribulations or calamities. It was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then Fang Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world. It will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Xianxia octopus's nest, a jade green light shined as the surrounding darkness faded. The jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fang Yuan, who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel. And this place was specially set up when he explored the Xianxia octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was not high. He could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Xianxia octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Xianxia octopus has returned? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly before the Xianxia octopus arrived. He got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Xianxia octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high. It was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Xianxia octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench. It was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round. Only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few hundred pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence. It would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Tao marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength. But they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight, it only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. it also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited, unless one had a lot of time or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly, thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light, they were in a sorry state, they had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xianxia lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent, we passed through 5 fierce beast territories, 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xianxia has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xianxia was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Wuxia, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xianxia's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Wuxia's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone we finally meet. Fang Yuan turned into Xianxia, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xianxia. Dr. Yin Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fang Yuan. How did you escape? Soon, an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth. But there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xianxia escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xianxia, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Wuxia also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Knight Mucus? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xianxia's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight Mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later. Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Fang Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person. Even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious. Fang Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Fang Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival Method, Man as Before Immortal Goo, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Fang Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Fang Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Fang Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Fang Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Fang Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Fang Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless goo immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most goo immortals, then from now on, the number of goo immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Goo immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Goo immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Goo immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the goo immortal's head. During peaceful times, most goo immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded goo immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, goo immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials. Immortal goo, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials. Because the environment here was unique. He had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the goo immortal according to the goo immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the Blazing Heaven Demoness even if they couldn't obtain it. But every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for goo immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If goo immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation. Accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu Immortal's strength. Many Gu Immortals did not have enough strength growth, they were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu Immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu Immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Fang Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu Immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu Immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many fire path Tao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the woodpath Gu Immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture, they could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a woodpath calamity and tribulation. In the end, the woodpath Tao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu Immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu Immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, it was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu Immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously, they had to improve greatly at every stage, they had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Tao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu Immortal's cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation. On the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, the Gu Immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly, there was no hope of progress, it was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle, the Gu Immortal's strength would snowball, the more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu Immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu Masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation. After modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era, there were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used. It was like Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu Immortal, They might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded, traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward, history is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science, it develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kongju. He used rule path limitless demon venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fang Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different Gu worms. For example, Fang Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and all sorts of supplementary Gu to construct a multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope Gu to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment Gu and also exertion Gu. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fang Yuan planned in his mind, disappointment Gu and exertion Gu only require mortal Gu, they are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here, I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fang Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with, it had 5,180,000 km2 of land, compared to the 5 regions time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2, it could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2, it could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time, it was rich in resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fang Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the Gu formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Tao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Tao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded. If he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu Immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques. Although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu Immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Fang Yuan. There was only one reason: he had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Fang Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guiyue Desolatine physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today at this moment he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Fang Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Fang Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu Immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fang Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword, she had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of Giant Sun Immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength, true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies and create a high-grade blessed land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the Information Path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness strategy was indeed very wise. These last days she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic Path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic Path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Xuehu was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, With old ancestor Xuehu's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on old ancestor Xuehu's weakness. This made old ancestor Xuehu's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu Immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wanshou, was skilled in Refinement Path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated Information Path. They did not have high battle strength. If old ancestor Xuehu attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughingstock of Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then she even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old ancestor Xuehu had to defend against it. Thus, even though old ancestor Xuehu had high battle strength in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old ancestor Xuehu had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Fang Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the Immortal Zombie's Dead Aperture, Moving Perspective Cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a super force He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core Immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the Central Continent Gu Immortals divided Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The Immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others, they had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent Gu immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times, He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it, they felt that He Cheng was deserted, it was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu immortal they needed numbers, it was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive, this might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion, only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground, he did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body, some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy, he gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally he was suave and handsome, but now his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood, he was a fugitive. Suddenly He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size, like a startled venomous snake, he curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light, he shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask, she walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you? He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground, he stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed, he had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, He Cheng might have a chance to live. Although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, He Cheng would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Cheng, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of He Cheng, her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Cheng would actually fall to such a state today? Of course He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred all at this moment. For a moment time seemed to stand still. Don't look at me like that. He Cheng roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. I, the dignified He Cheng, don't need anyone's pity. Oh. A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. Good wind, good scenery, this nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Cheng, to die. He Cheng sneered, he could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fang Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die. He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger, she took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant there was a thunderous explosion in the air, an intense fist wind blew. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Cheng would definitely die on the spot. Escape. He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless Gu worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed, she quickly chased after him. But He Cheng was extremely fast, in just a few breaths of time he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Cheng lost the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an Immortal Killer move for He Cheng to increase his strength. This Immortal Killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now He Cheng turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the Immortal Killer moves he used. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan jumped out, the surrounding grass grew rapidly, countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. He Cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had never exposed Xianxia's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using Strength Path Battle Strength. Fang Yuan secretly used Wisdom Path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged Strength Path phantoms to guard them. As He Cheng escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fang Yuan's Strength Path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious. She transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Quickly stop him." Fang Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned. She could see clearly that with Fang Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Cheng. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not want to stop He Cheng. He had fought with He Cheng before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. He Cheng was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Cheng. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Cheng's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let He Cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly, "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fang Yuan. Iron-crowned eagle strength activated. Fang Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, he only had rank 5 Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an Immortal Gu. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fang Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Cheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Cheng. He Cheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fang Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Fang Yuan harassing him, He Cheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the 3 surrounded He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Cheng was suppressed. Fang Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Cheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought He Cheng 3 times. The battle strength that Fang Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Qing was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. Stop. Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open, a huge bronze hand grabbed at He Qing from all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Qing at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Qing looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. It was ranked third in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Gene Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He Tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of He Tribe had arrived. Our He Tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom. With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He Tribe who were inside the Bronze Giant shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, He Tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters? The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body, Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Qing and He Lulan are members of our He Tribe. Our He Tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful. Then another voice said, Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Xuehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ah. Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, Old ancestor Xuehu's matter is not something you 4 He Tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter? What do you mean? The shocked voices of the 4 He Tribe elders came from inside the Bronze Giant. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. Big sister. Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came to a stop as she stared at the Bronze Giant. A ball of flame ignited on the Bronze Giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the Bronze Giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the Bronze Giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He Tribe elders that formed the Bronze Giant were astonished. When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Ching Ching couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against. However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the Bronze Giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the Bronze Giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when two or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison, these two immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the bronze giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Qingqing unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the four elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind Fire Path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Fire Path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Goo immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Goo immortals could reach. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal battlefield killer move, Pear Garden and Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the four elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me it is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's Pear Garden and Mountain is similar to Hataru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Goo Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Dao marks on minuscule mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden and Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The four elders of He tribe were rank 7 Goo immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain to use Pear Garden and Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Fang Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden and Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the four elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Umph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom. 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times, 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Lishan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it, her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand her father, He Cheng, was imprisoned. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Lishan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Cheng, and it was also targeted at him, Fang Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fang Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Lishan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path Gu Immortal, Fairy Lishan. It was laughable that Fang Yuan had asked Fairy Lishan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xianxia has been exposed. Since He Lulan already knows that I have Star Path Cultivation with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken Star Form Blessed Land for myself. He Lulan called Fairy Lishan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant, there is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that He Lulan's Great Ant has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lulan's aunt. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Fang Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Lishan they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Lishan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fang Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong Fang Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Lishan and He Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Lishan is an information path Gu immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Lishan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? This shows that they do not want to take my life, they have other motives. As for what they were after, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fang Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. right when Fang Yuan was thinking about his safety. The trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves in Ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Oh! The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The ground trembled and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is? He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom! Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Li Shan mainly cultivated Information Path, while dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense, only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it, the deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. He tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the Gu formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless Gu worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. He Qing, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. He Qing wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden, soon he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots, he was pushed away and landed in Fairy Li Shan's hands. Let him go. He tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back, like they were floating out of the water. They turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was He tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense with the amplification of the ancient battle formation. It displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. He Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But He Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down, they had to chase. He Cheng was acting as He Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling He Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu Immortal was kidnapped by someone else. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson. In the future they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. He Tribe's Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If He Cheng was kidnapped, He Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. He Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of He Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. He Tribe's Gu Immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. He Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. He Tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fang Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fang Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xianxia. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you, I am willing to do anything for you, keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Cheng struggled to get up, he had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only He Cheng was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fang Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Cheng as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Cheng knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to tell you all of He Tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian Heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Cheng turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness, "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian Heir, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." He tribe was a super force. It had a long history. Their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu Immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing I will appear. He Ching begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully he had He Fan's inheritance. He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu Immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan. She said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want. I have already restrained He Ching. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me." He Ching knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. "You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jianghu to protect you. You cannot deny this." He Lulan looked down at He Ching. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then she fiercely kicked He Ching. "I will only ask you one question." He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know." He Ching seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, "Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end?" He Ching was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Ching's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Xianxia loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death." Sob. After answering, He Ching no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Cheng's intermittent sobbing. He Cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew. Since ancient times no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Xianxia, He Lulan's mother. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Xianxia died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal Gu even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Ching indifferently as if she was in deep thought. Xianxia's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolan, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said, He Cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this I will die? I'm not that weak." Xiaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Fang Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter." A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Mother. Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. "Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Huang don't cry. Let me tell you a story." This was a story from the legends of Ren Zhu. It was said that Ren Zhu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Ren Zhu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Sun was like this. His daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time Self-Gu in Ren Zhu's heart spoke. "Oh human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Ren Zhu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Sun onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Sun will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Ren Zhu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Ren Zhu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong, his muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Ren Zhu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it." I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer. Renzu felt it was funny. Oh beast man, you have such a strong body but you are afraid of a harmless shadow? Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of? At this time a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my fear goo. Fear goo? Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once fear goo appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly before saying to the beastman, I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm. The beastman was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear goo turned around, facing Renzu. Oh human, you dare to look down on my fear goo, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear. Saying so, the fear goo directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear goo made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear goo made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day he would go into caves or hide under the shade of trees. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of leaves. Thus Renzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, fear goo made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by fear goo, he could not move far. When fear goo understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-goo sighed, Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart. That's right. Fear goo heard this and said proudly, Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of. After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 goo immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I'm Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? Such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jioga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now He Cheng's soul was also captured. he would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lon, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Don't look at me like that. He, this aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, no rush, I am waiting for someone. Oh. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. It's me. A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Xuehu. He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry, she had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits. His snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed, there was no aura left, he was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Xuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Xuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness had a calm expression. Xuehu, your gains were good, right? Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded, saying slowly, even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Cheng, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Xuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials, he plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely, they are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Xuehu to deal with He tribe? Feng Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Xuehu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Xuehu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Xuehu's weakness. Old Ancestor Xuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them. But most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Xuehu waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie, it was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Xuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions were slightly bigger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing heaven demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shui, who is a trustworthy person. Then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shui, whose eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that He Tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He Tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shui, who did not even glance at He Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who were still locked in battle, but now they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shui, who was known as the #1 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu Immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu Immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu Immortals would not do this. Gu Immortals wanted to develop themselves well because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Shui, who in Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice, they were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu Immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against Old Ancestor Shui, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestor Shui won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation, they would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it Old Ancestor Shui or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestor Shui, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body, and the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Superforce He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu Immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that Old Ancestor Shui had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Now let's talk about you, Fang Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name and no longer called him Xianxia. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Qing. Moreover, they schemed against He tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back so that their plans would succeed. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, "Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands." "So what?" Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. "At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death?" The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xianxia's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality? The relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fang Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fang Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fang Yuan would destroy self-strength Immortal Goo like him. Self-strength Immortal Goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her third sister change her name to Su Xianxia and purposely got close to He Qing before entering He tribe. He Qing and Su Xianxia fell in love and became Goo immortals. Su Xianxia's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xianxia did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth in He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xianxia fell in love with He Qing. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Qing secretly killed Su Xianxia to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xianxia's identity. She started to plot. Fang Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fang Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly it was self-strength Immortal Gu. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength Immortal Gu was a strength path Immortal Gu, it was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength Immortal Gu was something that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 Immortal Gu, it had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength Immortal Gu for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Fang Yuan. She was shocked by Fang Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the Immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. The any Immortal Gu was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength Immortal Gu in your possession. Return the Immortal Gu to Little Lan, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago, it would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the Immortal Gu. The Gu worm was already refined by Fang Yuan, he only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his Ice Path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious Immortal Gu in the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's body. Unless a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature Immortal Killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless Gu Immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan did not have Wisdom Path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream, even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two Immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength Immortal Gu was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it, there was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then when Fang Yuan saved He Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and He Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength Immortal Gu. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, he was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu Immortal. When she snatched Dong Fong Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that Immortal Goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Xuehu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. Hey Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunxing. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fang Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Xuehu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Xuehu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demoness a little impatient and she urged, Fang Yuan, if you have any requests you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demoness' question. Instead he asked, did you tamper with the Gu refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine Gu, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness answered, that's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued, I can return self-strength immortal Gu, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. Hei Lulan was protected by the Blazing Heaven Demoness, so Fang Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade Blessed Land was not enough, a high grade Blessed Land was also very good. For this, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than Blazing Heaven Demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fang Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength Immortal Gu, I will not have any useful Strength Path Immortal Gu anymore. He had to refine a new Strength Path Immortal Gu to replace it. And this Immortal Gu recipe needs a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method. It also prevented Blazing Heaven Demoness from refusing. The Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Xianxia had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestor Xianxia made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard. Against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Xianxia also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Xianxia, who no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fang Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Fang Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number? If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a strength path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of strength path immortal zombies obtained by Fang Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times? Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next word surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven Immortal Zombie Body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way, I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier he did not care about it because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness' words, Fang Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal, my remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used, because even under the light of wisdom my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once, it cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fang Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Fang Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Fang Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests, rather than saying that they were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fang Yuan. Facing this huge temptation while Fang Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Fang Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ah! Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunxing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fang Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Fang Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the guts goo trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fang Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, the guts goo trade might expand. Third, Fang Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunxing for help, the latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into blazing heaven demoness hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel it was the same. Fang Yuan would not lend immortal goo, at most he would travel with blazing heaven demoness. Fang Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces there was an old tower standing tall. This tower was covered in scars, it had over 3 million years of history. It was famous, it was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air, their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiusheng's body shook, he could not stand stably, he directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Tsang Xue's forehead was full of sweat, Bai Qin Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Tsang Xue and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless, a human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally they succeeded. Alright. This time the repair of fate immortal goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at fate immortal goo floating in the air. This was fate immortal goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body, it had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Qin Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, fate goo can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh, what is its use? Bai Tsang Xue didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, he smiled in relief. Fate immortal goo's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed fate immortal goo, the world became chaotic. Right now, fate immortal goo had 50% of its power, its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny, and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The blazing heaven demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the blazing heaven demoness. As for the 6th request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement, it greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fang Yuan's safety was guaranteed, he followed the agreement. In front of his 2 aunts, he returned self-strength immortal goo to He Lulan. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, Fang Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fang Yuan's unwillingness to hand over self-strength immortal goo was another matter, It could not be discussed for now. Fang Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fang Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Goo that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Fang Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Fang Yuan. He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Goo. With Fang Yuan's conscience backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Goo. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Qing personally, she felt like her world had changed, her breathing became much smoother, she felt like she had a new life. These Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Aunt, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her Aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued, next I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then Su Xian'er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the 2 aunts allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Aunts, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The 4 Supreme Elders after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old Ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the 2 aunts fearlessly, smiling. I know aunts care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her aunts and Fang Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. Alright, you can rest assured. He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, and was one of the immortal goo that Fang Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As immortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. Hei Lulan's lips curled up, she played with attitude goo in her hands. That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. Aha, I will not talk about the details. Hei Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up Hei Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that Hei Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. Hei Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful! With attitude goo and the genuine Hei tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Fang Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me Hei Lulan is Fairy Black Moon? Chapter 956. Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lulan with rapt attention. Hei Lulan was wearing a mask, her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor, she had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the Fairy Black Moon that Fang Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude goo does not affect my eyes but my heart. What I see now is still Hei Lulan wearing attitude goo. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world, it seems that Hei Lulan is Fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Fang Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, Hei Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jianghu Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then, how did Hei Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. Hei Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Fang Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused Fang Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now Hei Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Fang Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life Hei Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lian Yun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao said to Zhao Lian Yun. Zhao Lian Yun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy, I just want to save brother Ma Hong Yun as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation, I only want to save brother Ma Hong Yun as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator, she was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, even if you do not ascend immediately. After inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, You will be able to borrow the sect's strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Xuehu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy disillusionment. Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued, I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance? Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Jioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife. Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Jioge disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Baiqing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shuer and Ling Mei, the 2 Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Jioge. He has been missing for so many days, I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring, his words were practically absolute in the sect, he suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend Thieving Heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood Thieving Heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Qimhong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy, but Zhao Lianyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Qimhong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Baiqing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh? She came out so fast. In front of the 2 immortals. Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, Thieving Heaven's inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple? Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it, did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. She grabbed Zhao Lianyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then, a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, Of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit Divine Concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Divine Concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. What? It is said that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun stared with wide eyes. Divine concealment? Ghostly concealment? Li Juning nodded. That's right. Divine concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these three things: thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued, this is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it. That is divine concealment. It can make a Gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyun was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyun was still immortal and not a Gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to Gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, after thieving heaven demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use thieving heaven demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing, then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jioga. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Jioga went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jioga. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said, "Then what do we do now?" Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jioga to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jioga was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom. With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. it was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough cough cough. Covered in dirt, Fang Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demonis followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fang Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star Thought Immortal Gu. At this step it is purely up to luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts or desolate plants even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Gu worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Gu immortals refine Gu they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing bowling. The Gu immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Gu refinement succeed. The Gu immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will and the Gu immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demonis is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining Immortal Gu is too difficult and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Xianxia. He should have some powerful refinement path Immortal Gu or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time, in refinement path. The number of immortal Gu he refined in his life was shocking. Although Longhair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement failed again and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Xianxia and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path Immortal Gu first. At this time, Fairy Lishan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Lishan could not stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land any longer. Ever since the battle of killing Hei Cheng, Fairy Lishan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demonis was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demonis had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Lishan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fairy Lishan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demonis. How could old ancestor Xuehu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demonis, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Lishan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lishan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demonis, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Xuehu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Lishan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Lishan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. Fairy, please enlighten me. Fairy Lishan sighed. the situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo will have to stop for some time. What? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who reached a compromise, Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who knew their limits, they reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to Old Ancestor Shuehu's theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters, a small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, it seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of Old Ancestor Shui who stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Gu. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, along with countless Mortal Gu, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal Gu to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal Gu were needed, the sequence of activation of the Gu worms, he knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition: the Gu Immortal's Fire Path Dao marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fang Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal Gu as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal Gu would be the immortal Gu that Fang Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals did not have this confidence, but Fang Yuan was very confident. The reason was, his Hu Immortal Blessed Land contained Wisdom Gu. The effect of rank 9 Wisdom Gu was simply amazing. Fang Yuan had to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive. But he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth he could not use Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan improved the Nirvana Flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Gu would continue to provide Fang Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Gu and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Fang Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Gu formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Fang Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Gu. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Gu. With all 3 he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Gu Immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Fang Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly he could use Wisdom Gu in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Fang Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already secretly entered Luopa Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Jioge. And the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal. He was an external supreme elder of a super-force Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huangjin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a Central Continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you. If I save Lord Feng Jioge, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask, his figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog, his true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioge, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything, because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's Impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the immortal goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's Impatience obtained an immortal killer move that could detect Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's Impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Prince's Impatience activated his immortal goo. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's Impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal goo and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's Impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's Impatience's hand shook intensely, even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Lianyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's Impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I'm Feng Jioge, quickly come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Feng Jioge paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this Thieving Heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Lianyun only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Lianyun was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Feng Jioge. Just like what Feng Jioge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Princess Impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Lianyun. In fact, when Zhao Lianyun put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Feng Jioge's voice came again. See, I was right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Jioge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Jioge. Next, she saw that Feng Jioge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Jioge. Zhao Lianyun called out softly. Feng Jioge slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyun to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion before looking at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here he did not need to use vaguely familiar face, he revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty, the long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell, he felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights he would not be able to hold on, he needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler, it needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana Fire. And this is with the help of the Light of Wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Fang Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet, it did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was nighttime now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Fang Yuan did not want to waste this time, he activated Connecting Heaven Gu, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal Gu. Of course, Fang Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to pass this round of immortal Gu feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Fang Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal Gu. He had too many immortal Gu on him now. Very few Gu immortals. He had so many immortal Gu. Feeding these immortal Gu was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal Gu was more important than quantity. Like Shui Songzi, he only had 1 immortal Gu, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal Gu. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal Gu and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves. To deal with all kinds of situations. Fang Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal Gu could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare. Even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies was finalized. Fang Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star-thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo. He did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine star-thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. But most of his funds were invested in the construction of star-form blessed land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star-form land spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fang Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, star-form blessed land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan's need for star-form blessed land was no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to star-form blessed land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now, everything was ready, he only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and create a high-grade life and death immortal aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fang Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains, I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan sighed, thinking of the open-door goo and closed-door goo in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago. They had made it their headquarters. If Fang Yuan had rashly gone there earlier without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death. The difference between them and the enemy was too great, there was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Goo Immortals. But Central Continent Goo Immortals are outsiders, they cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Goo Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fang Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Goo Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield, thus he knew this precious information. There are actually many secretive Goo Immortals and Goo Master Forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. The members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves. This mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fang Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Choujiu. Feng Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. Alright, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Feng Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open-door gu and closed-door gu. He also wanted to know about these 2 gu worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley. I don't agree. Feng Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Feng Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took out open-door gu and closed-door gu. Just like how He Lulan exposed attitude gu, these gu worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it. She might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a gu immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demonis had 50%, Fairy Lishan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Feng Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her 2 aunts' influence to force Feng Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Feng Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Feng Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demonis was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining gu, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed, anyway Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Feng Yuan, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan made the trip. Oh no, someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Feng Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioga. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioga had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioga died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioga's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Lishan and Blazing Heaven Demonis' relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains. On the surface there were only 5 rank 8 gu immortals. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord by Zhu Yao Huang, Prince's Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Prince's Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu Immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Prince's Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Jianghu State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu Immortals still existed in this world. Prince's Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu Immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The three started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. Was a pity? From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu Immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu Immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan used Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu. There was no reaction. Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's Impatience came to save Feng Jioge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his Immortal Gu, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless Gu worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's Impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's Impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins with Tai Baiyunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luopa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Gu Immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fang Yuan could take Luopa Valley, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly. They are quite sensible. Far away, Princess Impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Lu Yao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Princess Impatience had been in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Princess Impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Princess Impatience would not give up. The Central Continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them. They were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me. Let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioge died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Princess Impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the Blessed Land. This is the Blessed Land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the Blessed Land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms. They resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature. He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luopa Valley. She called the land spirit. The Blessed Land's land spirit had a unique appearance. It was a green vine. The vine was like clothes. It was attached to the familial love that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan, the land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian'er forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. To think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian'er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian'er. Even when he died he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian'er looked at He Lulan with affection. Her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian'er called out softly before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path Dao marks. And Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path Dao marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan placed Luopa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Jioge's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Jioge died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortal's heart sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Jioge actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Jioge left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Jioge's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued, "The information path Gu worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first." The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Jioge's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Jioge so deeply. Similarly, Feng Jioge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now I am alive but you are dead. I am in the central continent, but you died in the northern plains. Fairy Bai Qing didn't dare to open her eyes, she was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh Bai Qing, you have to be strong. At this time. Don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Jioge's final words in blood. Before Feng Jioge died, he wrote the 2 words Bo Qing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Feng Jioge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Feng Jioge is investigating the truth behind 88-point Jinyang Tower's collapse in Northern Plains. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Jioge and Bo Qing are very similar. Back then, Bo Qing was much stronger than Feng Jioge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a sword path immortal venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Bo Qing's information. I only want to know, why did Feng Jioge leave behind the 2 words Bo Qing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while before a Gu immortal spoke. "Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Feng Jioge's opponent, Qin Baisheng, used 5-finger fist heart sword. And this killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Jioge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower has something to do with Bo Qing? According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had 5-finger fist heart sword, it was more or less related to Bo Qing. And Bo Qing is a Gu immortal of our Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue." Indeed. Bo Qing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. "No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing." Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Jioge's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Jioge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These 2 rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu Immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate. There was no need for rank 8 Gu Immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu Immortal world, or rather in the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu Immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Jioge was invincible in Central Continent. His importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Jioge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu mountain range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu Immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort. It is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu Immortals felt a headache. The territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu Immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Jioge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu Immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources. They were shouting non-stop. They did not mention Feng Jioge anymore. It was as if Feng Jioge's final existence was the discussion of Bo Qing earlier. Fairy Bai Qing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Bai Qing was not in the right state. The Immortals saw this and understood her. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the Immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes brighten. She paid close attention to this. If Feng Jioge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jioge was gone, Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere. She became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing naturally loved her children. She was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun. The Gu Immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, these are 2 top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching them, but from the current situation they are unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu Immortals, but we cannot even deduce Immortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves. They do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet. We are still experimenting. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible. We can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded, continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Lianyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-star child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, all the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Goo, you need to activate it first. Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak, he stopped using this information path Immortal Killer move as the mirror vanished. Then he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed, her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly. Mother, I was wrong, I won't. Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately, you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you, cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself, your life might even be in danger. Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a goo in your body, you are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights, you can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits, if you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it. Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. Mother, don't. Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves, the cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Jioga's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Qing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Qing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Qing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing. On her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jioga's shadow. Feng Jioga was gone, Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize that time was passing, she had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, Huang Er, wait for Mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart. Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Qing to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Qing found that Bo Qing's experience was actually very similar to Feng Jioga's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's immortal companion Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Qing and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Qing did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. Don't tell me the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Qing knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter imperial court-blessed land to help her husband Bo Qing undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Qing, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter not only in Central Continent but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Qing died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Qing continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of Falling Heavenly River. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing resolutely decided to explore Falling Heavenly River herself. The source of Falling Heavenly River was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of Falling Heavenly River. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of Falling Heavenly River, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals about this. Although the price was not small, but it saved a lot of time. Along Falling Heavenly River, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was Falling Heavenly River? This was Falling Heavenly River. A huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Jioge in her early years, and had seen Falling Heavenly River. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Jioge, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Jioge back then. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Jioge spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were 2 explanations for this. One was that Falling Heavenly River was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp. He used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these 2 holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the 2 holes and poured down together. It smashed into Central Continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in Central Continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these 2 explanations was more reliable? Feng Jioge smiled and replied, I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, Falling Heavenly River's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gu immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, Falling Heavenly River's water flow slows down. Rank 7 Gu immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gu immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many Water Path Immortal Gu for this trip. They were all to help her enter Falling Heavenly River. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Her only chance was to enter Falling Heavenly River at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now. Falling Heavenly River was very close. Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west. The sky was covered in layers of burning clouds. The radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant Falling Heavenly River in bewilderment. With a roar, the water flow erupted, a huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled. She quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the myriad eyes clear bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu. A long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing Central Continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run. A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God. It has caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters. His cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge. It was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, it is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright. His soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden horned centipede was close to him. His hair stood on end. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals. This number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. Must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration. Some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Fang Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden horned centipede, following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up, it is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy, it had hundreds of legs on the ground, it was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open, saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier, he could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape, he could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then it would descend again. When the golden horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground, its speed would fall sharply. But at this time Hong Yi was still running, his speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot. The mini-man laughed loudly, he was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, wild goo worms had limited intelligence, their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horned centipede, you idiot. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment. You are the idiot. I told you the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid, we can leave after stealing the 100 flowers dew, but you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack, that was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's, ugh. But there was no helping it, this was the height. Idiot, run. The mini-man saw this dangerous situation. He shivered in fear, his entire body trembled, he could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard and of course there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's butt. The mini-man felt despair, he was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's butt. But now Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's, but the wound was no longer obstructed. Blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden horn centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it, the two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his butt as he ran. The golden horn centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Gu masters had little primeval essence to begin with, it was not durable. And killer moves used many Gu worms at the same time, the expenditure was huge. After running for so long Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching, Hong Yi was forced into a dead end, he had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me, my body is so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time Hong Yi's heart was empty, he did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant the world turned white, all living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around he was stunned. The rank 5 golden horn centipede Gu was gone, it was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss, he could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sect's territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading Gu master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu immortals, it was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land, the only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings, they might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, if we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Gu master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Gu master spoke loudly, "Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you about it." Swoosh. Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open, they were motionless, they were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path Dao marks were here, isolating the water path Dao marks. The seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Gu, his withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Gu. This time, the restoration of Fate Gu was a huge success. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Bai Tsang Shui Lian Jiusheng and Bai Qin Tian, who had restored Fate Gu with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up, they had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Gu Immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu Immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly, that was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu Immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools and other natural traps. Even Gu Immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Jianghu state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Jianghu state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Jianghu state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Jianghu state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Qin Tian, Bai Tsang Shui and Lian Jiusheng had been summoned back. At this moment they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Qin Tian returned first, followed by Bai Zhang Shui. Last was Lian Jiusheng. Lian Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this he brought detailed information. I found out the sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Falling Heavenly River source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Zhang Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate clearly. Fairy Zhang Shui. You specialize in water path, I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Qin Tian said, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. The source of Falling Heavenly River has changed, it seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals, you can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in the air. Gu Immortal Jin Lai Yang was in the fire, he was tall and sturdy, he had golden hair and fiery eyes, his rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this he snorted coldly, not giving face to first Supreme Elder. You should look for Shirlei for this matter, he is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Jioge is no longer around, he is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Lai Yang, although Shirlei is strong, the huge Combat Immortal Sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Lai Yang's mind moved, he suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists. Heh! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed, he quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist, he was tall and had a refined appearance, he nodded with a smile. I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River, I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in Falling Heavenly River's source, who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present, Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source. Li Junying's will said. Did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation, she is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength, who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's will laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. There is such a thing? I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Jioge went to Northern Plains, he used the time path Immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal is the fortune of our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for the matter of Falling Heavenly River, we will not send any reinforcements, we will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tianti Mountain. Such sword light, Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword for the sake of love, maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword Path Gu Master Jian Yixing raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling heavenly river is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals. Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Yixing made up his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain, towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Yixing, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling heavenly river from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number one person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared. Although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil. A huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him. Star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me?" Bai Ning Bing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return." Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing's eyes brightened. She squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ning Bing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ning Bing's indifference was his nature. But his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Fang Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ning Bing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ning Bing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving. But firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ning Bing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time. It was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ning Bing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ning Bing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal gu from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then when I was advancing to immortal I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ning Bing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Na Mei Peak. East of Liqiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this gu. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal could enter. All of them will be killed. Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal Gu. Her gaze was still fixed on old man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Fang Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Fang Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal Gu. Then he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the old man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary, there's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart. He had even thought of the possibility that the old man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head. He had a doubt in his heart. Why did the old man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people, why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the northern dark eye soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a Gu formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. The old man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal Gu for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the old man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed Gu immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal Gu, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal Gu, or did he meet with some accident?" The old man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ningbing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The old man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed Gu immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction." The black-robed Gu immortal saw the leisurely expression of the old man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lan and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan." Old man Xianxia nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his Gu immortal strength, turning him back to a mortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly." The black-robed Gu immortal suggested. Why do you think I want to use him?" The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. "Inkstone, you chose Bai Ningbing, is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength?" No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. "This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate." "What? He is also one?" The black-robed Gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail, "Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's Celestial Court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate. In a way, he has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it. The black-robed Gu Immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued, Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry with his personality. He will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu Immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, these days I've been very busy. I have investigated many times but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. So, if there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything. I can only blame myself for not being able to do it. Bai Ningbing sighed, his body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, so this immortal Gu is a big eater. He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal Gu's light became brighter and brighter. Its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat. He was worried. I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why is there still no movement? So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal Gu in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal Gu had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated. He was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. 2 figures seemed to have jumped out of the river. Their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned, and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified. The rank 8 Gu Immortal had the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal with a great strength, true martial physique. You are a mere rank 7, you actually want to challenge my reputation? That mysterious Gu Immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone. Martial duel Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine. The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 Gu Immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, This is actually an Immortal Gu house. What Immortal Gu house is this? The rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled proudly. Let me teach you, this is the Immortal Gu house I created, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Graceful Chaotic Duel Ring? Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, There was no such immortal Gu house in the current southern border Gu immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 Gu immortal to return it. Martial Doqian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal defeated Martial Duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial Duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal could not take his life, he could only give up on this graceful chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat Martial Duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled and the flood came. Or a meteor falling or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell. The immortal Gu that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal Gu. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past, in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where 2 Gu immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal Gu house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal Gu house. Only forces with Gu immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal Gu houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic duel stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal Gu's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal Gu is not small, it will definitely attract the attention of other Gu immortals. Time waits for no man, I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal Gu house. But he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic duel stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The Gu immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered, was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic duel stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess. Could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal Gu house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered, the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic duel stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news as if they were afraid the whole world would not know. Involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat, they will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead, his expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I'm only a rank 6 goo immortal, I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long, I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone, ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well, who knows how many secrets are hidden within. As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal goo that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal goo auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal goo. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qiantian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qiantian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't. Because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qiantian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably." What secret? She had come to explore the source of the Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jioge's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioge's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Jianghu state. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Jianghu state?" Qiantian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, "Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qiantian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioge's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioge, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. "Immortals, please retreat, my celestial court will take over this place." Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice. They saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 waterpath Gu immortal by Xianxia. The situation was immediately overturned. Central continent, celestial court. Bright light shone on heaven overseeing tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven overseeing tower lord by Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this heaven overseeing tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more Gu worms, they worked day and night to repair the Gu worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement Gu worms. The Gu worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the Gu worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply. Holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged, "Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower?" "Thank you for your concern, it's fine." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. "Go." At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking. Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal by Zhang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Zhang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Bai Zhang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the goo formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were goo immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Quartz goo immortal by Zhang Xue's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open, she had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yu Muchun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply, sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked, he had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp, he was cut into 2, even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yu Muchun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No. He is not Envoy Qing, his mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Muchun were shocked and furious. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yu Muchun felt a chill in their hearts, they were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the Heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate, they were targets of the Heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yu Muchun could not escape or evade, they could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Haha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demonist set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunxing had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Danghun Mountain. Together with Danghun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now, he could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path goo worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Langia, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life I had a rough life, I slowly climbed up step by step, my connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone, and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up a goo immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Northern Plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal goo houses, but the aura of Northern Plains goo immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a Northern Plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary goo immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times, he pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became, his immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes, her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with goo immortal aura, she was a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Mei Hua, people call me Granny Mei Hua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Mei Hua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female goo master Hu Mei Er. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a goo immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe, his sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 goo immortal. He was tall and thin, he looked like a middle-aged man, he had a tall nose bridge, his eyes were long and thin, his pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy, he was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Mei Hua, I have long heard of your name. I am Xingying, I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Xingying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart, she could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves, they were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xing, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Meihua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Meihua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Meihua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Meihua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Meihua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Meihua, you brought another one. Haha, this time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Meihua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best. Li Meihua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them. She handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce, this brother is Xing, he is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Meihua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhonghezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong, I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, that Pine-tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Meihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much. He spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Fang Yuan was in disguise. Vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine-tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6. Every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up. The Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Baisheng was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jianghu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Bai Tsang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the Gu immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yu Mu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold, countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death. Because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word, escape, was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No. I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death he took out an immortal gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yu Mu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yu Mu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yu Mu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing Providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yu Mu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive?" Bo Qing. Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yu Mu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yu Mu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus Sect's control. But now, Seven-Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yu Mu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect and turned to combat Immortal Sect. I hope I can stall them. Yu Mu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yu Mu Chun working together with immortal zombie Bo Qing to attack combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern Border Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of Southern Border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force. Shao Clan. It was said that Southern Border's Shao Clan and Western Desert's Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, Western Desert's Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to Southern Border in dire straits. Southern Border's Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately he knelt on the ground. Xiao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Xiao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Xiao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry. Xiao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Xiao Chui'er. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Xiao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful, we cannot resist them. Xiao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Xiao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply, his face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Xiao Zifeng. All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Xiao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Xiao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Xiao clan's forbidden area. This is Xiao clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Xiao clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Xiao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Xiao clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Xiao clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal. Xiao clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Xiao clan really had a Gu immortal? This voice, let me feel it, is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master in this world, other than Gu immortals who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan. Even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Xiao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Xiao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time the voice in his heart stopped. Xiao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Xiao Meng suddenly appeared with a large group of Xiao clan elders behind him. Xiao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance. He did not dare to speak casually. He was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Meng shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken and the real scene would be revealed. but after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Xiao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Jianghu state. Yumu Chun continued, illusory demon Immortal died long ago. This Immortal Gu House can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Qin Tian and Lian Jiuxing appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Qin Tian and Lian Jiuxing shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yumu Chun's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yumu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions and light bloomed. Xiaomeng was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated. Xiaomeng's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiaomeng seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiaomeng gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiaomeng, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiaomeng failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up and shouted loudly, Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives. As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. For the sake of power you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless. It is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiaomeng, the enemy is too strong, we should retreat first. That's right, there is still time. Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Xiaomeng spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, these 2 are also stray dogs. Although their cultivation is high, they do not have many Gu worms. What is there to be afraid of? But even though he said that, Xiaomeng knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death. I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a righteous path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the righteous path. He can only flee for his life. His battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future. That is the wiser choice. Thinking of this, Xiaomeng no longer tried to be brave. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now, just wait, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go. After saying these ruthless words, Xiaomeng led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The 2 demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms. They did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Pang, who, seeing Xiao Meng leave, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless, he will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me. I can heal my injuries myself. Leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Zhao's to begin with. That's right. Back then I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The 2 of us won't leave. Xiao Meng can come if he wants, I will accompany him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Panghu said heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him, he still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years. To help the needy. Saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again. Foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the method to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain we will gather Gu masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the 2 sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Xiao Shan is already dead. Today the one standing here is the demonic path Xiao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you 2 brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero Xiao, such a grand plan. Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva, ruthlessness flashed on his face. Damn it, I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years, I have been on the run for my life, I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you, let's do this. Good brother. Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while he said, the demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I've already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Tian Village. This mountain will be called Yitian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Yitian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the Battle of Yitian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. In my previous life my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes, who obtained the Immortal Gu House in my previous life. Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the Immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, it was unbreakable, the forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path, the goo worms that formed the Immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed, he used some killer move and attempted to refine the Immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the Immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the Immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Yitian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the Immortal Gu House's battle will resonate, the pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these Immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the Immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu Immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li Gu immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the Immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal, he could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu, he simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Meng was also a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Meng coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Xiao Shan repelled Xiao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Yitian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous, and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Xiao Shan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Xiao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Xiao clan had established the Xiao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Xiao Shan had let these demonic path Gu masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic Gu masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many Gu masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Xiao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Borders Gu Immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivator Gu masters joined Yitian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Etion's stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Xiaoshan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Xiaoshan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etion's stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts, they were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3 with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a Gu Immortal. This rank 6 demonic path Gu Immortal. He was short but his head was huge. He was an old man and people called him Gualao. Come brother Xingying, have a taste. How does my melon wine taste? Gualao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Gualao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded and commented, not bad. Not bad. Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Gua observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave. I wonder what brother Xingying thinks about the southern border gamble? Fang Yuan said calmly, this matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble. In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal Gu masters. It was still the Gu immortal world. But this time it was an exception. An immortal Gu house had appeared. Southern Borders Gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etion Mountain, and help the Gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Gu immortal refined into the immortal Gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Gu house would obtain the most bets. But other Gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Gualao, who was in front of Fang Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time he specially looked for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent, Gualao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Fang Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Gualao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Fang Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right, you are absolutely right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Borders Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation, even though the duel has just started, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder is in the lead. Xiao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Xiao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Fang Yuan glanced at Gualao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Gualao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etion Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise if he dies inside it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying. I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed, he was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal goo as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal goo, why would I need to scheme for this immortal goo house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal goo, yet you want to scheme for an immortal goo house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical, your appetite is too big? Xingying. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal goo aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal goo. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any goo immortal with an immortal goo, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal goo, this made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal goo, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingying, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up, he laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I was rude, please don't blame me, brother Xingying. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, you can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, Humph. Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Guo Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength, how could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Guo Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to reports, this rank 7 righteous path goo immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation, his strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful, it was just around the corner. He was the only goo immortal left in Shao Clan. Without the support of the clan's goo immortals, he would not be able to survive alone, he would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal goo house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore this time he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Meng was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao Clan's supreme elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao Clan's supreme elder's advantage would become greater. This time I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal goo. It is enough to make other goo immortals wary, they will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Borders goo immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Borders goo immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The forbidden zone for immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Etian Mountain. Any Gu immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Borders Gu immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder had placed an Immortal Gu in Xiao Shan's body, and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Xiao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a descendant of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but Gu immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this forbidden zone only targets Gu immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then what was the main difference between Immortal Gu and Gu immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture, if I become a mortal rank 5 Gu master again, would I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture. But he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path aperture taking method. Maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture-taking method. Because of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture-taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old Immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old Immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Etian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic dual stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal Gu house. And this immortal Gu house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Etian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Etian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom Gu was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Etian Mountain had already swept through southern border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiao Shan created Etian village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Etian Mountain. Wu Shintong. Wu clan elder rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters specialized in fighting one against many. they were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu clan. The last one was Wu clan elder, his personal guard, Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Yition Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Yition village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but with the attacks of Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shintong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Yition village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shintong did not die, Xiao Shan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shintong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Gu master, and was known as the #1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu Immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shintong and resolve Yition Stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time they gathered 2 new elders of Shang clan, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang went up the mountain together, joining Yition village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple, they were Gu masters of southern border. The famous flying master. Yition village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Feiyu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of 2 demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Feiyu's life and death, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yanfei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, eventually stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern border's 3 great flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the righteous and demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as second zombie king walked up Yition Mountain, the enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shintong, they had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between righteous and demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The battle of Yition Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Yition Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Yition Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiao Shan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Yition Mountain did not have Wang Xiao, and was almost suppressed by the righteous path. Fortunately, there was second zombie king. He appeared in advance and saved the demonic path's decline. Second zombie king came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain and became an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The battle of Yition Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck. He needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price. she mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Blazing Heaven Demoness He Lulan Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight, they could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals, once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere, they wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal Gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other Gu Immortals, they would know the pros and cons of the move, they could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed vaguely familiar face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle, all of them were heavily injured, they stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body was straight, he was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils, a sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu Immortals were shocked, 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move, he was like a statue. Success. We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief, they had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left, the remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly, I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Qin Tian and Lian Jiuxing used the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him, they could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu Immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yumu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiuxing also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Qin Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiuxing to go to the source of Falling Heavenly River to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This old rank 8 Gu Immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions. In that case I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Interfering with my deductions. And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted. The immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, he had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Gu's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes. But they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat. He was trembling and his teeth were chattering. After a long while he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger. A huge danger. If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. This is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards Floating Maple Cliff. On this floating maple cliff, there was a huge Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the Gu formation resolutely. A loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook. At the same time in southern border. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Etion Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kongju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time on Etion Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path there was Dr. Xianxia. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow. Thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Xianxia. In the end, Dr. Xianxia was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fushi played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Jiao ascended Etion Mountain, suppressing Dr. Xianxia and salvaging the situation. Cho Jiao saved many demonic path Gu Masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiao Shan was still 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. because of Chojio's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Xing Shou. Finally they evened the gap caused by Chojio. Phantom Path Inheritor, Yen clan's young clan leader Yen Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Etian Mountain and killed Chojio before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the 6th righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Chojio had remnant life goo. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yen Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the 6th battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yen Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Etian Mountain and joined Etian Village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Etian Village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him. He started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Etian village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence. Using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, southern borders super forces Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of southern borders Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Etian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one. We can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh.